Good evening and welcome to this evening's study session of the City Council. All items on the agenda this evening, including one concept review item, will be televised on Channel 8 and through live video streaming on Broomfield's website. Concept reviews are an opportunity for applicants, but that's not what we're doing first, is it? That's later. Although official decisions cannot be made by the council during a concept review, the council may ask questions, make suggestions. So our first study session item this evening is an update from the Environmental Stewardship Advisory Task Force since their formation of their new committee in 2018 in July. Task Force also seeking council direction on 4 of their proposed recommendations. Council has a copy of the agenda memorandum, and I'll ask our staff to please summarize and get us kicked off. Okay. Mr. Ozaki?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I'd like to call on Darla Arians, the chair of the task force, who I believe will be introducing their presentation.
Great.
Thank you. Greetings, Council and Mayor Arians. My name is Darla Arians, and I am the chair of the Environmental Stewardship Advisory Task Force, and it's my pleasure to be here tonight to present to you on behalf of the Environmental Stewardship Task Force. In my other capacities, aside from being the chair of this task force, I also serve as the division manager for Boulder County's Resource Conservation Division, where I've been for the last 10 years. And I also serve on the board of directors for the Solid Waste Association of North America and the Boulder County seat for our Regional Resource Conservation Advisory Board. Just a recap of our duties from the authorizing resolution that formed our task force. We are to provide recommendations to Council for improvement of the environmental stewardship chapter of the comprehensive plan. We are also to review the current sustainability plans for the City and County of Broomfield. We are also to prepare a recommended action plan to Council. We also are to recommend associated... You might want to move. Oh, thank you. Well, I don't, maybe it's not working. Yeah, I don't, did you do that or did I? I think you did. Okay. All right.
Or they may have.
It only took 10
They might
times.
be helping you in the back room.
Okay. So then to provide a recommended associated municipal code and policy changes to council, and we also may request to procure professional services for any of the above. And some of our progress to date includes reviewing of existing programs from 6 City and County of Broomfield divisions. And those include the engineering, transportation, building, planning, open space, and water divisions. We met with the University of Colorado, Denver, UCD, to talk about the energy and the waste studies. We met with other jurisdictions, including Westminster and Lafayette and Boulder County, primarily focusing on municipal solid waste policies and programs that they have in place and progress that they've made so far. We also have established 4 subgroups to date, including zero waste, energy, transportation, and data. And this evening I'll be having representatives from those subgroups up here with me tonight to help answer questions and comments from council. And representing the energy subgroup is Aaron Hune. He's the vice chair of our task force, and he's worked in renewable energy since 2010 in the areas of engineering, finance, and development. And he's currently the new projects manager at Scout Clean Energy. For transportation, we have Leah Byers, and she has 20 years of experience in the engineering and architectural fields, and currently a rehab coordinator for Boulder County flood recovery. In our data subgroup, we've got David Gustin representing us, and David has served in the United States Army for the past 20 years and has an interest in continuing to serve this community through the task force. His interest is in streamlining data management to increase the efficiency and effectiveness of ongoing sustainability programs in Broomfield. So moving right into our recommendations, our first recommendation to council is to conduct a waste analysis and characterization study. I realize that's a mouthful. We just call it a WACS for short in our world. The purpose of this wax is to determine the composition of Broomfield's waste stream, the materials that are generated in Broomfield and what their final destinations are. It includes representative samples from a variety of streams, including refuse, recycling, organics, and construction and demolition material from a whole variety of sectors, residential, commercial, HOAs, government, et cetera, public spaces. The approximate cost of this study, after requesting staff to get some requests for quotes on that, is approximately $80,000 for this study, and it's a 2-season study. Our second recommendation is regarding a trash hauler reporting ordinance. So we recommend council to adopt an ordinance requiring haulers to provide data on the amount of residential and commercial waste collected within the city and county of Broomfield boundaries. We suggest to council that the data be collected through a software called ReTrack. ReTrack is pushed down from federal EPA down to the state level, which then is incorporated by many of your local government partners in this region. It provides a consistent data reporting tool, not only across our region, but across the state and across the country, which is really helpful and important when tracking municipal solid waste generation. And it will also help advise us on future recommendations to you for solid waste management in Boulder County, or in Broomfield County. My apologies. That one comes out of my mouth a lot. Our third recommendation is to update the 2009 Sustainable Energy Benchmarking Study and Greenhouse Gas Emissions Inventory. And this includes conducting emissions inventories for building energy use, transportation energy use, and power plants producing electricity used by the cities. It also involves energy use and associated greenhouse gas emissions from producing key urban materials. And after meeting with UCD, our 2009 estimate on the cost of that would be $85,000. And for your 2020 budget, we're looking at $55,000 to complete the second phase of that study. And our final recommendation to you is to establish us as a continuing advisory committee. So although we've made a lot of progress to date in our short 9 months that we've been gathering, we still have a lot of work left to do. And so some of the first things we want to continue to do is, after we complete the waste and the energy audits, then we want to go in and we want to analyze the results of those studies. So we can recommend an action plan to you, we can recommend policy proposals, and we can recommend improvements to the environmental stewardship programs here in the city and county of Broomfield. And we'd also like to facilitate a forum for public input as directed when we were formed as an advisory task force. So those are our 4 recommendations that we bring to you after our first 9 months of meeting, and that's why we're here tonight. And we would like to request council support on these recommendations and to receive guidance from staff to move forward with these recommendations. We do have draft contracts in place for both the energy and the waste studies that we could bring back to you in July if you so wish. So we'll take questions and comments at this time.
Okay, I think I really appreciate you guys' approach at first. I thought you guys would come up with these really lofty ideals, and I appreciate the need to establish baselines. One question I had in regards to the air quality, is there anything that we can do with the existing oil and gas or tracking of VOCs, as well as establish and work with the air quality program that you guys are requesting?
My understanding, representing the Energy Subcommittee, is that that would be included in this study, and the University of Colorado at Denver that would be conducting the study would probably request that data from Broomfield.
Okay, good.
One of the sources of greenhouse gases that would be analyzed in this study would be industrial activity within the city, and that would fall into that, and that would help us in collecting that data. but that would just be one part of a much bigger.
Sure, but maybe it could be utilized for a second purpose or something.
Yes,
Good,
for
good.
sure.
So and then my other question is in regards to the baselines. Why didn't you guys consider water conservation and get a baseline of use in Broomfield so we could track? I mean, I'm sure that data is fairly easily accessible since we provide the water. Do you guys intend to do that at a later date, or where's water?
We do intend to look at that. We talked to the water division, so they gave us a baseline consumption rate, and we have it as an ongoing goal to further dive into that topic.
Okay, so you'll look at water versus residential versus
Yes.
commercial, retail, and that kind of stuff.
Precisely.
And then I wanted to, while you guys are establishing, hopefully it's approved to move forward, the baselines, I wanted to put out an idea of looking at how we can enhance B Corps in Broomfield. And we've got the world's largest B Corp in our backyard. It's a phenomenal way for sustainability and the environment to be supported. And so if we could look to see, is there a B Corp program we can start? We got the world's largest, can we be the, have the world's most per capita, or whatever that might be, establishing some kind of goal. Because if you look at a lot of your charts, a lot of our resources are utilized by commercial. I mean, those are big chunks of everything. So how can we hone in on that and then attach it to the new B Corp regulations that our society is starting to look at? And then in the flip side, start educating our public on what does it mean to buy from a B Corp. Because I don't think a lot of people know about it and what that means. So you hear people wanting to be engaged in sustainability and environmental impacts in their community, but they only think it's about putting solar on the roof. But it's also about what you buy in the grocery store and that kind of stuff. So I would challenge you guys just to look into that while you're waiting for these baselines. And I do support you guys moving forward and staying together as a group and an entity and moving into those goals. So thank you for all your work, and it's greatly appreciated.
Thank you, Councilmember Groom, and duly noted. Thank you for that suggestion. We'll definitely look into that.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem and Councilmember Tessier.
Thank you for this wonderful presentation and all your hard work. And a special thank you to Mrs. Enderly and Mr. Gustin for meeting with me last week and kind of giving me a quick overview, and Councilmember Schaaf as well. So that helped me be prepared for this presentation. So your trash hauling collected ordinance request, I support that. I would like to say I support 4 of your 4 requests, but I kind of support 3 of your requests. I'm so reluctant to add one more advisory task force to this community. It takes staff time, it costs taxpayers. Council members are already expected to be on over 20 various committees. We're expected to show up as well. But I do, in listening to Councilmember Groom, I see the need to do that. I see the need to start something and see it through or oversee it with your very good work and your studying the issue. So I support 4 of your 4 requests.
Thank you.
That's all I have. And thank you so much for all your work. And I'm excited about your proposals.
Thank you, Councilmember Erickson.
Councilmember Tessier.
Thank you. I was wondering if you could just share a little bit about who's going to be doing the testing and the process you went through instead of going through the RFP.
Who's doing the testing?
Yeah. For
Of what?
Take that?
Of the testing, yeah.
Well, do you mean the studies,
Yeah,
the waste study as well as the GHG inventory? So we evaluate. I think if you look at the 2009, these studies were conducted, or similar studies were conducted in 2009, and we went to both private parties, I believe MWH, as well as University of Colorado at Denver, and we evaluated proposals from multiple vendors, and the University of Colorado at Denver came in much lower, and we felt, and we felt that they would be having done the previous study, that they would be well suited to build on the work that was conducted in 2009 at a lower cost, and it saves us the time of putting out an RFP and then having to come back to council to approve the RFP, and that's time when we've only been appointed for 1 year. We didn't feel we had. Thanks for the question.
Yeah.
And that was for the energy study. For the waste study, we put it out to RFQ. 2 private consultant companies did quote in at over 100,000, and UCD came in at 80. So.
Right. And then my understanding is that Retrack, I mean, pretty much all of the companies that are in Broomfield already do Retrack at other municipalities?
Yes, thank you. The haulers that are licensed in City and County of Broomfield are also licensed in your partnering municipalities and neighborhoods, and so they are all utilizing Retrack.
Yeah, so it's just another step for them to just record.
Correct.
Yeah. I really love the work that this group has done. You've accomplished so much in 9 months, and I can't believe it's already been 9 months. And Council Member Mayor Pro Tem Erickson, I'm glad you talked yourself into the 4 recommendations. I feel like that could be something that council may want to look at and see where is our time best served, and if there are, committees that don't need us, or we can merge or something. Yeah. So, and you do have my support on all 4 recommendations. I've seen you work tirelessly in your subgroups and in the big group together, and just wanted to say how very inspired and proud I was to be, witnessing all of your knowledge and wisdom. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Tessier.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Castellano, Shaft, and Dessert.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you to the task force for only meeting 9 times. This is very impressive how you guys really dug in and found things that needed to be updated. I don't think there's anything more important than preserving our air quality, which is already at non-attainment and serious non-attainment in Colorado. So I don't think it's something that can just be fixed in a year, since it's been years and years of abuse. So I definitely think that you guys need to keep it up, and I support that. I support all of your recommendations, particularly the greenhouse gas emission study, because I think in 2009, when this original plan was, we didn't have the fracking boom. We didn't have residential industrial operations, and I know it's impacting a lot of people in my ward. So I look forward to getting down to that more and doing something to decrease the poor air quality in our area. Thank you all.
Thank you, Councilmember Castriota.
Okay, Councilmember Shaft.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for your presentation. We have some various members of the committee here. Could you have them all introduce themselves, just so that we can put a name to the face?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
You guys want to just come up and introduce yourselves?
Tell us your favorite American.
I'm Bob Pearson. I'm a retired environmental engineer, and I've been practicing for about 45 years in this part of Colorado, and I'm an expert on air quality in this part of the state. So if you have any questions, I can answer those in depth.
And then, Bob, if you could also just tell us which subcommittee you're on as well.
I was on the Energy Subcommittee.
Thanks, Bob.
Good evening. My name is Judy Kelly, and I'm on the Energy Subcommittee and also the Transportation Subcommittee.
I'm Emma Mowry. I am a high school student at Legacy High School, and I am on the Zero Waste Subcommittee.
I'm Catherine Drumheller. I'm a Sustainable Development Consultant, and I'm on the Data and Energy Subcommittees.
Hello, Judy Enderley, longtime resident, and I'm just so thrilled to be on this task force. I just can't even tell you how important it is to me. So I'm your rebel rouser, and I'm just going to keep working and pushing, and we're going to make huge strides. I know. Thank you.
I'm Kelsey Valwa. I'm on the the Zero Waste Subcommittee, and I'm a college student at Front Range for English and Ecology.
Hi, everyone. I'm Leah Byers. I'm currently a rehab coordinator for Boulder County Flood Recovery, and I am on the transportation subgroup.
Hi, I'm David Gustin. I'm actually retiring here this summer, so 20 years in the Army. So it's been an exciting road, but this is my next step in serving. I like serving, so this is where I want to be. As we were saying, I'm in the data subcommittee as well as the zero waste subcommittee.
And Darla introduced me earlier. My name's Aaron Hune. I'm a new projects manager with Scout Clean Energy. I've worked in renewable energy development, finance, and engineering for the last 9 years.
Thank you, Ms. Ahrens. Thank you to the task force, and thank you all for showing up tonight. Your commitment of your time and your dedication to this committee has been very impressive, so thank you. Thanks for the memo, and thank you for including the references to the comprehensive plan. I think that was a good move, just to kind of show that there is rationale behind these recommendations. Thank you, Councilmember Tessier, for asking about the process to get the cost analysis and working to get these studies moving forward. So I think that we can, I do support moving those studies forward. I would like to make this task force a continuing advisory committee. I do like the idea that's been suggested by Councilmember Tessier and as well as Mayor Pro Tem about evaluating councils and boards that we're on. And then my big question is regarding the studies, and especially as they relate to the 2009 greenhouse gas emissions study. It seems that these studies were done in 2009 and not a lot has been done since then, and maybe they were used for the task force and the comprehensive plan. But I'm curious how the task force and the city will utilize these studies and make them an active part of the process moving forward.
I think that's part of the justification for why we need to be an ongoing advisory committee, is that I think the last time these studies were conducted, they basically, we gathered all this data, but then no one had ownership over implementing any of the recommendations or continuing to monitor any of the information that came out of that. So I think that, that justifies the need for us as an ongoing, advisory committee. One example that I discovered in our research of the kind of thing that we would like to improve upon from 2009 is I'm aware that the city has separately purchased renewable energy credits through either a solar program or a wind program from Xcel Energy, but also own solar, where they have allowed the developer to strip off the renewable energy credits and sell them back to Xcel. So these are the types of mistakes that can be made when there isn't ownership of the process going forward. We need people within the city that are, have ownership of monitoring this data when it comes out. And we need an advisory committee to guide council and staff on these issues. So I think it's a great question, Councilmember Schaaf, and I really appreciate the opportunity to answer that.
Thanks for your answer. That's all I have, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Dzerzky.
Thank you, Mayor. First off, I want to thank all the members of the committee, for taking the time and to serve on this. I know it's a lot of work. I was very excited when this committee was first created, and I've heard great things from the committee and every one of you. So, again, thank you for that. The question I have is sort of on the lines of what you just heard from Councilmember Schaaf. This is with probably all the studies that you're looking to do, but specifically it comes into my mind for the WAC study, as we call it. And what I was just kind of wondering is, why do we do that study? What is it going to tell us? And then what are we going to do with that data? So, I understand we're going to be analyzing garbage, but what do we get from that, and where is that going to lead us? I'm unclear on that.
Thank you
possibly
for the
lead
question.
us.
Yeah, great question. I know a lot of it's not a common, conversation that you have about waste and why we study it. But the environmental stewardship plan references waste reduction. It's one of the goals that's set forth by the city and county of Broomfield. Right now, we don't know how much waste we're generating. We don't know where it's coming from or what's even in the waste stream. And so that's the primary impetus for us wanting to do this study, is to see how much waste are we generating, where is it coming from, what's in there, what could be diverted, what do we need to focus on first? Is it recyclables, getting the recyclables out of the landfill? Is it getting organics out of the landfill? So that's the primary reason why we want to do that study.
So we're going to be able to figure that out if recyclables are going to the landfill as opposed to a recycling center?
That's correct.
Or if we have a high level of single-use plastics in
That's
there.
correct.
And then from that data, we'll be able to move on and figure out, is there something we can do about this?
That's correct.
And then analyze the pros and cons of those possible solutions.
Correct.
Okay. That makes sense to me, and I support moving forward with that, at least as far as the WAC study. And then certainly support you all continuing as a group. I think that you're just touching the surface here of what you can do. So certainly we need to be able to see this through. I'm very cognizant of the time restrictions that we have on city council, and I do believe that we can going forward evaluate whether there's a need for city council to be on various boards. I think it's a discussion we can have, and I'm not sure. I'm seeing some smiles, so I'm not sure if that's good or bad of how they feel about it. But I'm hearing laughs and smiles. But from my position, I'm very much about delegating responsibility and hearing reports like this. So I don't feel the need to sit down and oversee or try to influence what you do. I'd rather have you do it, and then let me know what your results are. So good job, and keep on doing this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Councilmember Shelton, and then Bacon.
Thank you, Mayor, and thanks for your presentation, particularly to Judy and David for reaching out. We met last week and talked about some of this, so I really appreciate that heads up. And good work. I want to applaud you all for putting together some pretty reasonable requests, and just a quick mention to all of your talent, too, and all of your backgrounds. It's a luxury to serve in this community and have people willing to step up like you. So applaud you for that, and basically looking for information first. I really appreciate that too, kind of understanding where we are before we try to discover where we're going. I like that you sat with the 6 different departments to learn about what we're already doing. I know that we've spent some time on that as a council, and there's an impressive list. It might need to be added to. So, but that's really where these all need to start. I really do believe is we got to start in our own house before we go outside of it. So good for you there. I think that was wise. I like the language in one of these sections, the study of greenhouse gases. I think it is review existing energy savings policies and potential new energy savings policies in a manner that will consider the effectiveness and costs of such policies. So you're looking at all ends of this, all of the consequences and ramifications. So it's good work. I'm really curious about the trash study and how the representative sample and kind of the accuracy of that. So I look forward to seeing that, I guess, probably in the proposals that you get back from them. And I had the same kind of question that Councilmember Jezierski had is, depending on the kind of information that we get, how would that shape your recommendations? A lot of people are fearful that it's going to be plastic bag bans and plastic bottle bans or something like that when, some information might help first. People make a conscious decision to change their lifestyles and just use one bottle instead of plenty. So I think you're on that right track, but I hope that you know that there's concern every time that we talk about things like this. And I wonder about the ordinance, if it's an ongoing need, the ordinance on the trash hauling. Is that like something that we need to have them regularly report on, or is it something that can be done quarterly, semi-annually, something like that? Go ahead.
It's currently, it would be suggested as an annual reporting. We do receive requests from haulers to report quarterly. It's just easier for them. Some haulers will even report monthly to their customers. So even reporting monthly is easy for them to do. It really would be a conversation. We would sit down with the haulers and see what they want and then give them the options that serve them best.
Yeah, I think they would be obviously concerned with more overhead, adding too much work. So, but then there's probably some easy ways that they could report some numbers. And if we can get some meaning from that, then that would be a good way to start a baseline and then measure our progress from here on out. Is that the idea?
Yes,
Okay.
that's correct.
So on the ESATF, you've requested that Broomfield send a representative to that board. I think that's a good idea also. So,
RCAB,
sorry?
the Resource Conservation Advisory Board. Is that what
Sorry,
you're
that's
referring to?
your moniker. It's the, you're right, RCAB.
RCAB, yep.
Flip those around.
Yep.
Thank you. Greenhouse gases, as I understand it, there's, we always find out more about the environment and how complex it is, and the warming that results from different gases is seen differently than it was. So I assume with working with the UCD that they've got the latest info on that. Is that right?
I think that's correct. I think that it's important to recognize that what they would actually be inventorying is what is known as CO2 equivalents. So they would be monitoring other greenhouse gases and basically equating them to a unit of carbon dioxide, so that they are completely up to date on what the various impacts on climate change are, and everything basically gets normalized to one unit known as a CO2 equivalent.
Yeah, and that's changed over time. So, but they've got the latest things, and the way that you make the recommendations again is going to be, I am interested in how that determines what the recommendations are. Do you have more to say about that?
Well, I would like to speak to that question, at least from the energy side, and I'd let Darla speak to the waste side, or Leah on transportation, or David on data. On the energy side, I think it's really important that whatever information we get back from this, we implement goals in a very smart and strategic, cost-effective manner. I addressed this thing with the solar that I discovered, and I'd really like to find the most bang for your buck type of response to the results of this study, and not just blindly throw money at things. I think that's part of why we need to be a continuing advisory committee, is to monitor that, so that it's not just let's go down this road, or let's go down that road. Everything is very strategically planned, and we get the lowest hanging fruit first, and the best, the most cost-effective solutions from the energy perspective.
Yeah. Or clean the dirtiest thing up first, pay off the smallest balance, as a financial advisor would say. Okay. And on the forum, on the continuation of the advisory committee, I think that's what needs to happen also. We're going to have to figure out some more time and, pay the next council a little bit more probably, and feed you better dinners. I don't know what it'll take, but there is some ongoing work here to be done, and so I think I support that as well, as long as there's some rational limits there that you recognize those. And on that, it's kind of the force versus persuasion thing. So, getting the information and convincing people that it's useful to them is a much better way to go about things. So I support the idea of a forum also. I want you to work on that as well. You can host it here. And I want to find out a little bit more about the ordinance, the trash hauler ordinance. Sorry, not that. It's the reporting. I want to find out a little bit more about that. But otherwise, great job. And likewise on the update from the policy that was put in place in 2016. the green highlighting that you did here. That was very good to see what has been done already. So thanks. I appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Shelton.
All right, Councilmember Beacom.
First, thank you very much for the effort you put in the last year. I was very, very pleasantly surprised. I was afraid that when we formed this advisory committee, that it had a potential to take a tangent and that may or may not have anything to do with what we needed to get done. And I see that you guys were able to focus it very well to what needs to be done for Broomfield. So I very much appreciated that. And I always get nervous about giving a organization or an advisory group the need to have to justify their future. But at the same time, because of that fear of going down a tangent or a rabbit hole or whatever else, we were a little nervous. That's why I think it came down to we were going to do this for a year and see. At this point, I can see that we need to expand that, and I think open-ended is better than just for 2 years or 5 years, because I think as you're doing now, it shows very well that it's working towards what we want to accomplish. A few comments that I have is that on the waste and the waste haulers and stuff and the reporting that they do in other jurisdictions, how do they actually do that type of reporting? Because here, at least where my HOA uses the trash hauler, it's a stream for recyclables, it's a stream for garbage, and I'm fairly certain there's a mix that goes in both that gets messed up, but which brings me to another point, and I'll get to that in a minute. So it's how do they do that? So it would be good to know before we do the ordinance how their system works and what's it weak in and what it's strong in, so we can suggest things that need to be verified. And that's beyond my ability because I don't know what the trash haul is and what's the recyclable part. But what I find with the recyclable part, at least, and again, I can only talk about my HOA, is while there's a container for recyclables and there's some pictures on it of what can go in there and what can't go in there, it's still not clear that A goes in there, but only if A doesn't have B on it and some other stuff. So I think that what I'm reaching out for is we need to also educate the Broomfield residents so they understand what recycling actually is and what you're trying to accomplish. Yeah, I know in some places you got to clean the cans, you got to clean the bottles, take the paper off them, other things. Here you don't necessarily have to do that. So I think that's a component that the extension of your life as a task force would include, is how to educate Broomfield on how to do that. The other largest concern I have is certain toxic items that I think are swept under the table and nobody will talk about. I know we deal with computers and the TVs and that because they're relatively large items, but batteries, and I don't mean car batteries, except for the electric car batteries, which I think are slightly different than the 12 volt that's in my Ford. There's no place to get rid of batteries in Broomfield of any kind that I know of. And I tried to segregate all my batteries and keep them, but there's no place to take them after I get them. So I'm building up this small mountain of batteries in my house, which in itself is not safe because there's a fire hazard there and a few other things. But we're also starting to get to the end of life for very many of the earlier electric vehicles and the hybrid vehicles that are both. So those batteries are going to be changed out. And what happens to the old battery? And is it a nickel-based one? Is it carbon? Is it lithium? You know, each of those have to be disposed of differently, and I don't think anybody talks about how to do that. So I think that would be part of the ongoing mission, would be how do we get that toxic stream out of our system? Because right now it's just kind of, nobody talks about it, it's stuck underneath, and people throw the batteries in the regular garbage, and so they end up in the landfill. So that's a high concern because over the last couple of years, Broomfield has become very, very aware of toxic air and other items. And I think we're missing some of that low-hanging fruit by not dealing with that whole battery thing. And that's my warning that I've now hit my time limit. But the last thing is that the comment that you had made about the CO2 equivalents, I think that's very interesting, and I'd like to know more about that. So I would expect that in the future, maybe you could help educate the council on that, because there are other elements that impact that, which is our altitude, our weather patterns, and everything else. So we're not the same as Seattle or Omaha, and it impacts us in Broomfield differently than it maybe impacts people in Castle Rock, because it's a slightly different environment even down there. So again, it goes back to the education. But I'm very pleased with what you've done so far, and I got high expectations of where you need to go yet. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Beacon. May I respond to your questions?
If the mayor will let you.
Go ahead.
So regarding the reporting, the haulers that are here, well, in our region, most of them use a software called Trucks. And basically it tracks whatever route that particular truck is on. So if they're on a residential trash route, then they have all those pickups, and when they get back to their office, their dispatch creates a report of all the residential trash pickups for that day. They have commercial trash pickups, they have residential single-stream recycling pickups, and et cetera. So that's how they generate their reports to us, is through this software, which is primarily called Trucks. There are a couple of other softwares out there.
It appears, sorry to interrupt, but
it's okay.
It seems, is it just saying that we took in 50 tons of household waste? It's not broken down further into, some of it was yard waste, some of it was food waste, et cetera.
Correct. Now, if there were curbside collections of those types of wastes, it could. But right now, all we have here is primarily just trash, and some communities have residential single stream.
Right, and that's what I was hoping that was a more detailed collective data, but it isn't. But
yeah, perhaps in the future.
Thank you.
Yes, and then on the recycling question that you had, as far as education goes, absolutely. That's something that this group is talking a lot about, and it's key to a successful recycling program in any community. So it's something that we're looking at, and it's another good reason to join the Resource Conservation Advisory Board, because there is a regional education committee that, in fact, City and County of Broomfield sent staff members to our last one because we brought it up at our ESATF meeting. So Broomfield was there. We work on regional messaging, because depending on who the hauler is and where the material is going, you're absolutely right. There are different guidelines, but there are also some universal guidelines that we all have that are the same. So we really want to focus on the universal messaging of how to recycle properly in our community. So thank you for your support on that. Something we're definitely looking into. And on the batteries, also, again, another reason to join the Resource Conservation Advisory Board is we just started a battery campaign. City and County of Broomfield is actually a member of an IGA with Boulder County and 7 of our municipal partners in the region. It's a committee that I oversee, and your fiduciary partners in that. And City and County of Broomfield residents utilize our hazardous materials management facility, and our staff actually come out here twice a year with City and County of Broomfield staff to host 2 collection events where we do recycle every type of battery. But because batteries are such an epidemic these days, as you noted, we thought it was, in due time to do a battery campaign to educate residents on proper handling and, excuse me, on proper purchasing of those batteries. Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Yes.
I'd also like to address your question on carbon equivalents and whether that's a regional issue. And in general, it is not a regional issue. Total atmospheric carbon or carbon equivalents are really the concern when you're looking at greenhouse gases. And while, yes, they may be dispersed differently in Broomfield than, say, Castle Rock or Houston or, Billings, Montana, at the end of the day, all of these carbon equivalents and greenhouse gases are mixing in the atmosphere, and that is one issue, and we want to look at Broomfield's contribution to that, but that wouldn't be dependent on our own local regional climate.
Okay, thank you. So how many people compost in Broomfield?
We don't have that data, Mayor Ahrens, I apologize.
No, it was a rhetorical question because, what I see, and I heard someone, I better start my timer. I heard someone mention batteries, and even though you had an event, I didn't realize we were a fiduciary partner in that. I missed it in the budget session. But it sounds like there's some things that we need to educate. Sometimes a survey is a great way to educate. But when we're talking about developing baselines to know how many people are composting, it makes a little bit of difference when someone picks up trash, if that's going to include compost or not. So it could make a significant difference. So I'd be interested in a survey. I think it's interesting. You guys were basically given an edict. You've got a year to get this done. I seriously, council ought to take that into advisement. Because if you set at expectations of a year, they got a lot done in a year. And it makes me wonder about the other boards and commissions, that if maybe we ought to look at, well, I'm serious, look at timelines. And, maybe have them, is there a specific project or something that we want to accomplish?
Yes.
So I think that's something to look at, Councilmember Dzierski, when you talked about the workload, But I think it's important for council members to be on those because you can act like as a liaison and if done properly during council reports, or you may know through the budget cycle of projects going on so someone doesn't have to duplicate and do the same thing. Because sometimes there is some overlap, but let people know what's going on. I heard a comment about the non-attainment. I'm assuming that's from the Regional Air Quality Control Council. And we're always never going to be in attainment because the EPA changes the rules and they always go down. They always go tighter. I served on that for several years and it's just one of them. I'm not saying that's bad, but the numbers always get tougher and tougher to hit. Therefore, it's really difficult to get in attainment. You get close and the closer you get, the harder they make it. It changes. So we will never be in attainment.
Denver, Aurora.
Nope.
North Ear, okay.
No. I'm not going to have a discussion. So my other question is, you mentioned trucks. I never heard that software. How many of our current haulers are actually reporting?
None.
And do you know how many haulers we have?
There are 4 licensed in Broomfield.
There are 4 licensed haulers providing reports?
Not providing reports, 4 licensed haulers in Broomfield.
That's incorrect. How many do we have? 14 residential and 6 commercial?
We have a combination of collection at household. We have roll-off containers. So we do have certainly more than 4. I don't remember how many of them specifically provide weekly collection to households. I think the majority of them are construction debris and roll-offs and commercial pickups.
Yeah, I've got 6 on my street.
Well,
I'm not kidding.
So a lot of things people don't know, even though your truck has a certain name on it, it's actually, the haulers have been acquired by the larger corporate haulers, and there really are only 4 corporate haulers, or 4 haulers left in Broomfield. The only family-owned hauler left is Western Disposal. Otherwise, they've all been acquired, even though they still keep the old names on the trucks.
Interesting. Did not know that. Thank you. Because I know, other communities talk about going down to smaller haulers, and it just creates a firestorm. Westminster did it last year.
I'm aware.
Yeah, and I think they were going to recall everybody. I mean, they're just so upset about their even having those discussions. But I'd be curious how many. So are all 4 haulers we have, are they doing the reporting then?
Not to my knowledge, no. Oh, I mean, in other communities, yes, absolutely.
But not here, because they're
here.
not required.
They're not required to.
Okay. That's interesting. The greenhouse gases, that's tough. That's a regional. A lot. I mean, it'd be interesting to know how much, we're doing as a comparison to other cities and stuff like that, on a per tonnage per person or whatever. But I know that's a regional issue, so that's good. We can all work together. I'm actually for you guys continuing, for a set period of time. You've done such a good job. I see y'all are done September 25th, 1919. I would like to, 2019, excuse me. I would like to consider, having these, move forward for a year at a minimum, because there's a lot they're going to do, and they've done pretty good work. So we're in a study session, so we can do whatever we want from this point. So I'm going to get council. It sounds like basically council's is fine with all the recommendations.
Yes, I would like it.
And are we okay with extending this out for a year? Staff, do we need to come back with hopefully a consent agenda item extending this advisory board out a year?
Yeah, I think you'll be looking at some contracts for the studies, and then at the same time, I think you need to confirm the extension.
We got some time. They got till 9:25. So we thank you very much for undergoing. One of the great things about Broomfield is we have citizen input. You guys spend a lot of time. You get dinner, whoopee. But, you spend a lot of time, and you've done some good work, and I think everybody on council appreciates it very much. Councilmember Schaaf?
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to point out one more. There was a pseudo recommendation, which was having a representative on the RCAB board, and I thank Councilmember Shelton for pointing this out. I don't know if that's something in the past. It looks like that's been a staff representative on that board, but does that need to come to council for that to move forward, or is that something the city manager will take care of?
I think we need to look at the rules of the RCAB.
The bylaws indicate council has to appoint a member.
Okay.
Okay, perfect. So I just want to make sure, Mayor, if that's one of those recommendations, that we move forward as well.
Yeah, I would agree. Does anyone have any problems on that?
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Ahrens.
So it looks like you guys are going to be going on for at least another year. And then, the survey, I just bring it up. When are we doing our next survey?
Yeah, 2 years from now.
That doesn't quite fall into the framework.
Yeah. We do them every 3 years, the
Yeah.
community survey.
Yeah, if there was some way to try to capture that, I don't know if, data, if you can do an online program through Facebook or some social media or something like that.
Mr. Mayor, we have, through our communications group, we do numerous surveys. So we'll work with Ann Lane in that group and the committee, and we can put surveys together and put them out.
Yes, sir. And that's what we wanted to mention as well as Emma's really spearheading that effort right now. So as we wait for these studies to be completed, we're going to be looking into that, how we can the public outreach. As I've seen with all the council members, it's a lot of education that we need to start looking into as well. So we're going to begin looking at that here shortly. So.
Okay.
And then I really want to thank all of you for considering this and for supporting us both in the studies and in being a continuing advisory committee. I did have some sort of closing statements prepared, if that's okay. One thing, is that okay?
Sure, we got 5 minutes.
Cool. Well, one thing, working in the renewable energy industry, I'm aware I was at Wind Power in Houston, which is the largest wind power conference in the world. And the thing we keep hearing is that commercial and industrial buyers of renewable energy are leading the market more than utilities or, any other entity. And we're seeing that in Broomfield. Vail Resorts has a 100% renewable goal. Ball Corporation has a 100% renewable goal. IKEA wants to export renewable energy, and I know they're still planning to come to Broomfield in the future. So I think it's very good that council is considering this and recognizing that this isn't just supported from ESATF or from council or the people who worked on the comprehensive plan. It's supported by the businesses that have chosen to make Broomfield their home or a base of operations. And so I think that's very important. I also did have a somewhat funny video that I wanted to share. I don't know if she can get that ready. But there was a commercial that ING did in 2010 that I think really kind of summed up what we're trying to do with this study.
Clark,
and
what you got there? It's my number. It's the amount I need to save to retire the way I want. Is that your number? A gazillion, huh?
Gazillion,
just a guesstimation.
How do you plan for that?
Well, I blindly throw money at it, hope something good happens.
So you really don't have a plan?
I really don't.
Do you know your number? We can help you find yours and take steps to get there.
So the reason I bring that up is I think that's the role we can play. I think there's actually a lot of similarities in terms of the long-term planning needed for environmental stewardship and retirement planning. They're both complex topics. They require a very long-term vision and goal setting. And sometimes you need outside help to guide you on that, and that's what these studies do. They set the baseline. It's the equivalent of finding out how much money you have saved, finding out where you're doing well, where you're not doing well. With retirement planning, that's looking at your spending and your savings, and then being able to set that long-term goal. And we are basically volunteering to be your financial advisor on this. That's our role, and that's why we appreciate you supporting us as a continuing advisory board, because that's where we come in. We can help guide that process. And the alternative is that you blindly throw money at it and hope good things happen.
Now, you actually provided some numbers. I appreciate that. And to me, it's generally about return on investment. So we're not going to throw a gazillion dollars at this committee. But we are certainly willing to fund it and find out where we get some return, for our investment. So I think it makes sense. Good work. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. A study session held on November 20th, 2018. Council requested that the Housing Advisory Committee conduct additional research regarding issues with zoning for ADUs, accessory dwelling units. Members of the committee are here this evening to present their updated proposed recommendations since their meeting with Council last November. Council has a copy of the agenda memorandum, and I'll ask Mr. Ozaki and staff to please summarize.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to call on Tony Castle, who's the chair of the Housing Advisory Committee, and I believe he'll introduce anybody else who's going to present from their committee.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Mr. Ozaki. Hello. So let me after we're changing regimes here, let me get situated for a moment. So we've got some big shoes to fill after the previous advisory committee. We'll try and justify our expense and try and be as responsive and as time sensitive as possible. And we'll try and get a return on investment for you.
There you go.
How about that? So, good evening. My name's Tony Castle. I'm the chair of the Housing Advisory Committee. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council. Since we met last November, the Housing Advisory Committee has been extremely busy on a focused mission to gather background, gain knowledge, and grow in our understanding of the regional housing market and how we implement a model program that will grow and sustain the affordable, attainable housing process for the City and County of Broomfield. In November, the Housing Advisory Committee made a number of recommendations to the Council. They were fairly broad in time frame and scope. And tonight we'd like to focus on 3 of those 6 recommendations with the objective of driving those recommendations toward becoming city policy. The 3 items that we'll address tonight are detailing our proposed affordable housing affordable and attainable requirements for new rental and for sale developments that are proposed to the city and county. Number 2, review the adoption of an accessory dwelling unit, otherwise known as mother-in-law flats or casita situations, in terms of an ordinance for the city and county. Number 3, address the details around the implementation of a housing development fund. We can address where and how these funds could be utilized, but just as importantly, where we can bring revenue into that fund and make it a usable solution for the city and county. Key, and I think everybody in front of me and everybody behind me will be appreciative that we want to make our comments brief and give a concise overview. And once we provided our input, on these three items, we'll open it up for comments and questions from council. With me tonight and presenting is Bob Monroe, co-chair of the Housing Advisory Committee, and he'll be discussing our approach to the new development solution for affordable housing for rent and for sale units. Also, David Manley, who's the chair of our ADU subcommittee, will be addressing the ADU proposal. We also have several committee members with us as well in the audience, and I think we're all going to be able to step up as questions and comments come forth to address those. A couple of bookkeeping items, however, or housekeeping. Bookkeeping? You've got me on the financial bent, Mr. Mayor. Cheryl St. Clair is not here. I think it's a cocktail hour on the high seas where she's right now, so I hope she's enjoying that. But she's not here, so we won't have our typical staff overview. To that end, Kevin Stambridge, I hope, and Brandon Rowe, and any other staff hopefully will step in and give us any background support when needed. Also, I would also ask that you pay special attention to the memo that you received for tonight's presentation, as initially there were some formatting issues. Those formatting issues caused for many of the comments to be truncated. The corrected and the complete overview of our initial recommendations are in the memo revision sent out in the last day or so. So just so there's no confusion. A lot of the comments stopped and left us in the ether, so just be advised. Before we move into the substance of tonight's discussion, I wanted to take a minute and provide a brief narrative on what has gone into this evening's presentation. Over the last several months, we have been one of the first stops for upcoming developments coming to the Broomfield, city and county of Broomfield area. We've talked to some of the largest developers and gone all the way down to the most single landowner trying to make a move within, trying to do something within the city and county. And we've learned how they work, and in the process gained great visibility on how a developer structures their projects and where their priorities lie. From those discussions, we learned what things we can do to incent them to work with us toward affordable housing. There were several things that we can do away from financial obligations that we can find that those developers can find huge benefits in. So not everything, or frankly, not a lot of what we're talking about are financial. It's things that we can do internally. We've also talked to numerous communities in the region about how they're addressing and implementing their housing programs and priorities. And this has helped us shape our vision of what that we share tonight. Please know, and I've said this before, that the Housing Advisory Committee is one of the most knowledgeable and devoted group of people that I've ever had the chance to work with. And I'm 60, and I've worked with a lot of people, but these guys are top shelf. 61, actually. Thank you. Younger than I want to be, but anyway. So anyway, I just wanted to, and they always, I must say, always have had the best interests of city and county in mind with every move we make. While we're focusing on these 3 of the 6 recommendations we initially made, I think that you'll find that those remaining recommendations that we aren't addressing will fall into place as we execute on the 3 that we discussed tonight. And with that, I'll turn it over to Bob Monroe for the discussion on the new development structure that we're looking at.
Got your glasses. Yeah, I know. Thank you, Mayor, City Council members. Thank you very much for seeing us. I'm going to keep my comments short. I just really want to reflect on the background narrative that we used to create the 2 recommendations around rental and attainable housing. I would only point to this as a reference point in your package. There's a schematic that shows the various municipalities that we'd spoken to. I did reach out to Denver, Westminster, and Boulder in my continued work on those recommendations. So again, we reached out to the same group that we were talking to. And I really want to reiterate about Tony's comment about how we've been meeting with developers. We've had several meetings with developers on both the rental and the for sale products that they're proposing for the city and county. And a lot of our recommendation is formed from the information we received from their presentations, as well as recommendations or proposals they shot back to us in terms of trying to accommodate what we were telling them we wanted to see in various development activity. So I think this is born of a fairly substantive piece of information gathering and not just something that kind of came out of nowhere. So thank you, and I'll be happy to answer any questions as you have them.
Mayor and City Council. I will just talk briefly. My name's Dave Manley, and I will talk briefly about the ADU recommendations that we've got. They're on the very last page, attachment number 5. Most of it is fairly standard. These came from and resulted from 2 community meetings that we had, one at the library and one here in the basement in, I think, the Bell Swan Conference Center. And then we've had up on the Broomfield Voice for over 6 months, probably close to 8, a kind of a discussion of ADUs and a lot of comments that came in. We've been able to address, and all of the things that are here are the result of the comments that citizens have made, both in those public forums and on the Voice, and our attempt to mitigate the concerns that might exist in the community regarding ADUs. So they're listed here. I don't want to dwell on them unless you have specific questions, but I do have 2 things to add. On the 3rd bullet point down, it says a minimum of 1 off-street paved. That was supposed to be paved or gravel, okay, so that they don't have to actually pave a space. And on the 4th bullet point down, it discusses detached or new build attached ADUs, but it does not comment on an ADU inside of an existing building, such as a basement. And so there's a comment that would say that an ADU which is integral to the existing home may equal 100% of the existing footprint. So if you have a 1,000 square foot ranch, and it has a basement, you could have the basement as an ADU. If you had a 1,500 square foot tri-level that only had a 1,000 square foot footprint, you could have a 1,000 square foot ADU. Those are the 2 things that would have to get added to this. Otherwise, I'm open to whatever questions you all have.
Does that complete the staff report and the committee's report?
Any comments from Kevin?
So, Tony, are you going to talk a little bit about what the recommendation is as far as percentage of affordable units and new development?
Yeah.
And
So, Bob, do you want to kind of talk to those a little bit, because you kind of generated that. And we'll be here, and I'll just stand up and we'll take questions as we go forward.
Quickly, the recommendation is on the rental side that 20% of any new development would be dedicated to affordability at 60% of area median income or less. And on the for sale side, it would be 10% of any new development would be attainable to a home buyer that would make at 80% of area median income or less.
Excuse me.
There would be, of course, now we realize, and having met with a number of developers, we have run into situations where, very honestly, their project is just not suitable to an affordable housing component, right? Whether maybe it's a senior component or they're just high end. We understand that. And certainly, if you'll look at the information that was provided to you, you'll see that we're looking at a cash in lieu alternative. I must say, however, as a team, we're not supportive of that, because our whole goal is to drive toward housing, to actually put doors in place. But, if indeed that does occur, then we give them that option, and it'll take probably a couple cycles for them to get through and justify why they're doing what they're doing, and then we would move forward. And certainly that's something that, we've got that in place internally, but we can help with that. So Bob did a really good job from the standpoint of showing, the formulas around, outlining, what those cash in lieux would look like. It leans more toward what we're seeing in terms of a formula in the northern part of this region, not necessarily what Denver's calling for. We've had a number of developers come in and use that Denver formula because it's a little less painful. And we're not looking for pain. We're looking for a legitimate and reasonable in lieu solution versus them going through and actually giving us doors. So, but I would, if you've had a chance to look at some of the information, we think that, the cash in lieu is something, but as I said, we're looking for putting doors in place. And really, if you compare where we are from the standpoint of what we're proposing in Broomfield versus other regional municipalities, we're right in line, if not probably a little lower. But this is a solution where we're thinking annually reviewing, maybe not, and maybe doing annual reviews, and after a 3-year, maybe doing some type of a sunset solution where if it's not working, then we call it. But we think that this is an evolutionary process that we can learn as we go forward and go from there. One thing I think that we're also looking for in terms of recommendation is also the housing needs fund, right? One of the things that the council asked us to do is tell you where we would probably use some of those funds, but just as importantly, where we would get some of those funds, where we would get, what's the appropriate grammar, where those funds had come from. So basically, obviously, one thing I just addressed was cash in lieu, right? One thing also is CDBG funds, funds that we would carry over. We're also, looking at obviously the city giving us a chance to maybe start that fund, but we think based on some of the cash in lieu types of contributions, we could, in a fairly short order, gain a fairly sizable number that can make a difference. Now, does that mean we can go out and buy land or buy a building? Probably not, at least not for the first couple of years. But what we can do and what we can offer, certain situations. If you'll recall, recently we had Summit, the Summit partners, the Academy Place. Due to a misunderstanding, I'll say, between them and Department of Housing, they ended up with a $150,000 shortfall, a hole in their number. And know that low-income tax or low-income housing credit deals are skinny. They just needed that $150K. Perfect example. Very low investment from our standpoint to really put, 51 units up and running fairly quickly. Another example. Last week we had Habitat for Humanity come forward to us, and they said, "Hey, you know what? We need help with interest. We need help with a short-term loan as we go forward." Again, perfect example. Known entity, good performance in this space, and an absolute win for us from the standpoint. And again, I believe 18 property? 18 doors that we could put in place. So I think that there's plenty of places, and there's plenty of, incidentals. Look at what Lutheran Church of Hope is doing right now with Anchor House for emancipated youth. There's a situation where they could use some additional funding in terms of helping with case management and moving forward with the development of that project. And that has had great community response, which to me, quite honestly, was a surprise, but the community is behind it. So we're hearing time and time again from community that indeed this is a place where these funds can be used and move forward. So, Bob, do you want to talk a little? Well, I'll just leave it open for questions. I don't want to drag
okay,
up.
Thank you.
So we can just start moving through those.
All right. Does anybody have any questions? Councilmember Gurm, then Jeff.
Okay, thank you for all you guys' hard work. I have way more questions than I know my buzzer's going to beep, so I'm going to talk really quick, and maybe we can catch up and get responses later. So I'm most concerned about the 1,300 units shortage for incomes less than 20,000 and below. And in my calculations, and I forgot my book this morning, it's still on the kitchen counter, I believe that was about $500 a month was the rent income for that category. So my main concern is looking at the 3 programs you set forth. I really don't see any of them that match that $500 a month category. And I was hoping you can address that because I didn't That's at least what I want to target, because that category to me is the disabled and it's the seniors. And the two programs, well, all three of these plans do not address that.
I would point to the example of Summit Housing that Tony brought up. It's a 9% low-income housing tax credit application going into CHAFA. It's into CHAFA right now for funding. That has a mix of area median incomes that are being served, including some 30s and 30% or less, which is that reference point that the housing needs assessment talks about, the 1,300 units. So there will be some units in there being supported by the low-income housing tax credit.
So I guess when I look at the affordable rent, the 60% AMI max rent level is $1,215. We're not going to get there with even the supplement. When I look at the ADUs, it's market rent, and it's going to cost anywhere from $100,000 to $150,000 to modify a home to put an ADU in. And I haven't even started on why I really don't support it. They're not going to be going for $500 a month. So we're not addressing that 1,300 units.
Well, that's what I am saying. There are some units in the Summit proposal that will address that. Now, there's not that many. I think there's only 5.
Yeah,
and
1,300.
Yeah, no, I recognize that. But I think the only thing I would suggest is that this is a slow build on that side. It takes time to impact that number. And I think even in the housing needs assessment, BBC acknowledged that that's a really difficult area to attain in any kind of mass quantity. So this was really just about getting the start. So.
All right, thank you. So I
want to address the ADU, because yes, if you do a outside build or a separate building, you might run in the $200 a square foot range. But if you do a remodel to a basement, you could very easily get within the requirements and rent it out for $500. I have a client who can rent out her garden level for $500 a month. That would be wonderful for her. So I'm very familiar with the fact that we can meet some of those needs by an ADU.
So I would love to see a basement quote, because I just finished my basement and I don't even have an ADU down there. It's not livable, and it definitely is not in the price range of a $500 rent. But I'm not challenging you on that. I'm just saying I don't think we are aggressive enough looking at outside the box for the programs that will fit these 1,300 units. I know that the state funding, the federal funding gets us 1 or 2 a year. It's a lotto, it's lucky, and we're really not addressing that as rapid as I think we should for some outside of the box solutions. And what I'm thinking of is, can we start, I mean, and this is not, I haven't even thought this whole thing through, but can we start with, we've got a lot of seniors living by themselves. Can we start a program helping them marry up with a single mom with one kid in a neighborhood where she can, or the parent can help that senior out, stay in the home, and also live there. I think we have to start looking at ideas like that and how the city can support that, because we're not going to go out and build 1,300 units. We can't afford it. So I think we've got to look a little outside the box to really focus on 1,300 units. And then I do want to move off of that and say one more thing. In the recommendation number 1, it caveats that says these units shall be easily assessed by seniors with mobility limitations and persons with disabilities. They ask her to be built for accessibility modifications if needed in the future, blah, blah, blah. And then when I look at the affordability target metrics, I'm not even halfway done. There's nothing in these outlines as far as making sure these units, when they are built, they meet specifications that we already outlined in our priorities for seniors and disability and folks with disabilities. Yeah, so I think we should incorporate that.
We will incorporate it into the language. It is a requirement of the low-income housing tax credit and so forth that you be ADA compliant with your building, both for visitation as well as some units. Now, again, the number required is low. In the case of a 50-unit building, it might only be 2, but it's kind of it's meeting the federal requirement to do that. But I hear your point about let's get creative about some of these more difficult solutions and try and use some of what we are doing to recommend to you to create some solutions around that. So.
And I just have 30 seconds to say, I've asked before, but I haven't received it. What is the base for the 10 and 20%? And I'd like to see for future build out. How many units are assumed, and what is that that 20%? What is that number of units? So we know, are we in the ballpark with the 1,300? And I'm sure that's our shortage now, but are we going to keep up with that? Are we going to overcome 13 and keep up? So
you've got a couple of opportunities with Marketplace at Flatirons and with the Safeway Center to deal with a lot of those problems. So I think those opportunities are out there that are in addition to what we're suggesting.
Yes.
Okay.
Would love to sit down and talk to you guys more.
All right, Councilmember Schaaf, Peckham, Erickson, Tessie.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you to the committee for your commitment. Thanks for coming back to us with, I guess, clarity around the recommendations that you had for during the last study session. I do support the recommendations for bringing back an ordinance for the ADUs, and I think to go with our conversation that we had with our previous board, the Environmental Sustainability Task Force. I think looking at that, education and information is probably very important, especially regarding those ADUs. And so even to Councilmember Groom's point, educating our citizenry on how to go about establishing an ADU on a property. If somebody is interested in how to do that, going through what type of steps they need to know in order to establish that, whether it's in the house, attached or separated, and making that in a simple way that somebody can basically just get at least that first bit of information on how to do that. So I think that would be a good addition. I do support the completing a policy code for residential development requirements, including percentages of affordable housing. I would like to have a more formalized incentive structure to attract the building of these affordable units. So just looking at what that kind of formalized incentive structure would be, those different types of options. I like the Housing Development Fund. It's kind of a all-of-the-above approach, so it's looking at different opportunities for that. There was the inclusion of a possible housing tax, and councils even discussed the possibility of using the lodging tax and raising that lodging tax. So I would like council to consider continuing that conversation regarding the lodging tax conversation. I've brought up the idea of kind of establishing some type of local CHAFA, which would just be Broomfield centric, and I don't know if there's a possibility of doing that, but is there a way to basically utilize our corporations that we have in Broomfield and be able to offer some type of tax incentive for them to invest in affordable housing? So I don't know if that's a possibility. I'm just throwing it out there as a kind of a harebrained idea. And I would like to encourage the zoning of other types of housing options, such as tiny homes. I don't believe that that's an option in here, as well as also looking for more inclusionary zoning in our code as well to ensure that we are offering different types of housing within our zoning. So that we're not just stuck with one type of housing, because I think that that's part of that housing needs assessment as well, is having a spectrum of housing as opposed to just getting stuck in one type of housing. I wondered if the committee has looked at the possibility of purchasing land for affordable housing, so either purchasing that land now or looking to land that is possible in the future to target affordable housing and mixed income developments. Has the committee looked into that?
Well, except for infill, there's not a lot of land out there.
Okay.
But I must say that we find that if we can work with our development partners, I mean, we're finding that more and more they are willing to come to the table.
Okay.
Now, again, why are they willing to come to the table? Because up until our recommendations become policy, they feel like they have a little more control, and they're very willing. And they're trying to get under the wire before this becomes policy, and we have set hard goals. So I think that we've seen good progress, but I think we can see great progress. And again, outlining part of that. Now, I must say, there are a number of partners out there, primarily in the faith community, who are willing to and have land available, and they're willing to come to the table. And that's where, again, the Housing Fund can really be beneficial in terms of helping them get their projects off the ground, whether it's independently themselves or doing it through, somebody like a Habitat for Humanity.
Mr. Gahowski, you mentioned one thing, which is the idea that right now we're doing good, but we could do great. Are you saying that right now we're doing good because we don't have those kind of into concrete policy, or are you saying that and that we can become great by putting these things in concrete policy?
And I don't want to give anybody the feeling that, hey, we're doing just fine.
Mm-hmm.
I think that we're getting a minimal effort or efforts from our developer partners who are saying we're willing to come to the table, but until you can give us something definitive that the city has outlined per our recommendations, they're going to give us what they feel they can pencil into their deals. Because keep in mind, in the development community, they work from margin back, right? So they know what they need out of a project, and they'll do whatever they can to maintain that margin and cut wherever they can to get to where they need it with that margin. So we want them to be able to understand early on, and that's one of the big issues with all the meetings that we've had with the developers. They're saying, please tell us what you need, and we've been able to give them guidance, but we have not been able to give them firm, mandates in terms of here's what we require, here's what the city has put in place. And that's been frustrating for us because we're kind of adrift, and it's been frustrating for them because they keep coming back and saying, does this work? Well, we can't really step up and say yes, right? Because these are just recommendations at this point, not policy.
I appreciate that, and I think that for the council to be on the same page as the Housing Advisory Community, I think that's a great way forward. But at least kind of a cohesive idea of how we move forward and what those numbers look like. So thank you.
Because keep in mind, before we ever had those discussions, and I'm sorry, Congressman, but anyway, or Congressman. I went from, look, Mike, you're Mr. Shelton, you're no longer, but anyway, my point is, I think that up until the discussion started around, requirement, what did the city see? Not a whole lot of affordable housing discussion at all. But after this was raised and they felt they had a window in which they could work, it became quite a discussion. So we're looking for something more definitive at this point.
Okay. I appreciate that. Thank you for your answer. That's all I have, Mayor.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Pika, Mayor Pro Tem, then Councilmember Tessier, then Jezierski.
I've got several questions, but first, thank you for the work that you've been doing and the work that still needs to be done. The 1,300 units, and I know it's slightly less than that, it's my understanding that those units are for somebody that's making $20,000 or less a year.
Well, we're focusing on, I think those are 60% AMI. So,
but the state, I thought, okay, maybe you can explain where the 1,300 came from and what did it represent?
That was part of the housing needs assessment where BBC did the research of incomes of households in Broomfield and how many of those were at the various AMI levels. There's a housing need for 1,300 units to serve all the people that live in Broomfield that make less than $20,000 a year.
Okay.
At least that's their estimate at this point.
Yeah, and that's the way I understood it, but then I was a little confused with how it was being talked about. On a 30% rent, that's $500 a month. And at one time in my life, 500 could get you a really, really nice place. Now it might get you a garage.
Or a room.
I'm not even sure you can get the room. But so we have then 1,300 individuals that need housing at that level, or 1,300 families that need housing at that level?
The housing needs assessment talks about it in terms of those folks are undoubtedly housed at this point, but it does include some homeless. At least that's the theory of it. It was the housing needs assessment did not marry up with the point-in-time study, which is always done by Metro Denver Homeless Initiative for the 7-county area. I think staff would be able to talk more distinctly about how annually, usually in the January period, there's a one-night interview session where homeless folks are sought out to get data about them so that there can be a count and so forth. The 1,300 includes some of those, but mostly it's in the range from 0 to it's many more people up from there. Now, these folks generally are housed, but they're oftentimes couch surfing or living, doubling up or tripling up even in apartments that are market rate apartments, but they can, between 3 people, they can afford the rent, et cetera. So this is trying to get all those kinds of circumstances, or living in motels or things like that. It's trying to get all those folks out of that kind of circumstance into their own independent housing. That's where that 1,300 comes from.
Just needed to understand where we were going with that part. It was also mentioned that there were several projects that there was a gap in financing. If I remember correctly, when we first gave the charge to the Housing Authority Advisory Committee, is that we needed to know if there was something that needed to be done so we could provide the money. And I don't remember on the academy thing, us as a council knowing about that until after it was a dead deal on that year. And this thing with housing with the Habitat for Humanity, this is the first I've heard about that particular one. But I thought we tried to make it clear that if somebody came to us with a request for money, even though we don't have a fund, and even though we haven't got anything to do, we would find the money. And so if we're looking at that, the academy thing failed because we didn't know that we needed to come up with 150 grand. The thing with the Habitat for Humanity, I don't know what they need, but I'm certain that that is worth it to the city regardless to do that, because we've dealt with Habitat in the past. We like what they do, and we've been supportive of other faith-based groups that are trying to deal stuff with that. So the money issue is that we have to be told what is needed and why, and I can't imagine anybody on this council saying hell no, unless it's a totally bad business deal for everybody. But I don't think that's the deal in any of the cases we were talking about. So it's one of those things that we need to know before we can let things fail, because they shouldn't have to fail just because we didn't come up with the money.
Councilmember Beacom, if I could just jump in. On the Summit project, Council did actually approve a resolution supporting it, and in that you agreed to waive certain building permit fees, public land dedication fees, and a bunch of others. So there is a substantial level of support from Broomfield in that.
No, I understand that, Mr. Stanbridge, but I also thought that the grant was not approved by CHAFA.
Right.
And therefore, and if it was only because we were missing some more money, that I'm concerned.
Yeah, that's not, again, I don't want to go counter to Tony, but that's not correct. They did not get turned down because they had a gap. They got turned down because they actually, the term of art that CHAFA uses is that they ran out of credit. They liked the deal. They asked them to come back again. But they felt, CHAFA felt, out of the 30 some odd applications that they had, that some transactions were more pressing need than the Academy Place presented to them as an application. So I think what the discussion became that with the change now having to wait another year, there's going to be additional costs for the construction. Construction costs have gone up 3 to 5%, et cetera. That may create an anticipation on the part of the developer that there is a gap. But at this point, there's not, that's really how the CHAFA decision was made.
Okay, what you just explained is how I understood it originally. And I was getting very confused that there was some other thing that the council didn't know. And I realize I've used up my time, but I've let you do a lot of the talking, so I'm going to take more.
The other thing I was going to say, though, on the Habitat one, we just heard about it last week.
Okay.
So it is coming in, but all Tony was trying to do was say, this is a place that money could be used if we had it.
Right, and when we first formed the advisory committee, we knew that there was going to be a need in the future for money. And we tried to allay that by having it said, tell us what you need, and we'll try to do it through the council. Because we didn't know how we wanted to set up a fund, if we wanted to set up a fund. Part of the advisory is, what do we need to do to develop what we want? And so we didn't want the money to be the controlling factor on that. One last thing is, land right now, there is, like you said, no land. And the faith community, and I forget which of the one churches that just recently offered to do some more land or something, is an area that I think we're going to have to depend upon. So with that, I will stop talking and let the next person go.
All right, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem, Councilmember Tessier, Dezersky, then Shelton.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. Thank you for your work and for all the other task force members here tonight. I appreciate it. I have a couple comments and a couple questions for staff. I brought forward the worthy cause tax more than 2 years ago. I understand that you are considering that not this year, 5/100ths of a cent on sales tax with, there's your one dedicated stream to fund affordable housing. I'm looking forward to that moving forward and more study on it and a ballot question eventually, I hope. And I do agree with Councilmember Schaaf, lodging tax. Again, a couple years ago, I've been asking for this several years. We are one of the lowest in the metro area for lodging tax. I don't think it's unheard of at this time to raise that a bit. That would firm up some more money for our housing fund. Getting to Councilmember Groom's comment about renting rooms, matching seniors with maybe single mothers or whatever. There is a program, it's called Silver Nest, and it matches people in need who want to rent out part of their house. When my husband died, several people approached me and said, can I rent out part of your house? I don't need to do that. I don't want to do that. But there is, and I believe Silver Nest was founded in Boulder, so it's a popular program, and I know several people in Broomfield who are taking advantage of that program. Property tax, this is a question for staff. I attended your open house, one of your ADU open house, accessory dwelling unit open houses. I found that very interesting. Staff, so how do we deal with property tax? Could I sell if I build an ADU in my backyard, could I sell it?
I think the group here can address that, but one of the recommendations is that no, it remain fixed with the primary, because the owner of the property has to live in one of the two residences.
Thanks for that clarification. So, but your property tax may go up, so you would work that out with a tenant?
Yes, presumably rent would cover some portion of that increased property tax.
Okay, so, and then my other question regarding what did you call it, Mr. Castle, in the house when you build an ADU in the house? It's not.
It's just integral to the house.
Okay.
So
I understand that our current zoning is we're not able to put a fully functioning kitchen in a basement. Is that correct? I couldn't put a kitchen in my basement today, could I?
I believe you can, but the requirements are fairly onerous. I mean, everything from firewalls to separate ventilation to, egress solutions. At least that's my recommendation.
We're going to look at all that then.
I know of a person who's two-story garden level and upper level. She built a full kitchen or basement for her mother. Her mother died. This is the one I was talking about with Councilmember Groom. And she would like to be able to rent that out. You can do it with a family member, but technically you can't do it with a non-member family.
So are we going to address that then with our zoning, our ADU zoning ordinance?
Part of what's in the recommendation.
Okay, very good. And that's all I have. I appreciate your good work and your attention to detail.
Thank you. Councilmember Tessier.
Thank you, and thank you for bringing this forward. I think we have a little, seems like deja vu, same conversations happening, even though we're bringing back new material. This is really about partnerships, and I think, Councilmember Groom, you have a really great idea, and that was brought up in the MindSpark conversation of basically housing without houses. Like, how can we do that? And I think that BHOC and other organizations like the ones that Councilmember or Mayor Pro Tem Erickson brought up are already happening, and we can jump on those instead of reinventing and having this group look at that so much as how do we get partner up with those. If we keep looking for one entity to solve this problem, it's never going to happen. So I think that BHAC and BHOC, which is the Broomfield Housing Opportunity Coalition, we can look for ways for advocacy and bringing in groups like that, because the faith-based community is willing to help us out. We have developers who are willing to meet these requests. My question to Broomfield is, what else does Broomfield value besides the market? And we need to, all pitch in and do our part because the sad reality is those 1,300 units will never be completely filled in. And affordable housing will never be solved. But we will continue to put more people in houses, and that we want to make sure that these are people who are working, these are people who have contributed to society, these are people who may have a small population of people who may have mental illness and need more subsidized housing. HUD just, there was a bill passed through Colorado that requires more HUD funding. So hopefully we can start seeing those populations, seniors and people with disabilities being, having a little, each community may have more housing units that are approved or more funding toward those types of housing. I also think that having the seed money, that $1 million that was talked about last time, that is a perfect ask. I also agree that having the housing tax that I think Council or Mayor Pro Tem brought up as the worthy cause, and when it went around in Council, it was basically our worthy cause right now is affordable housing. So why not just call it the affordable housing tax and maybe have a sunset on that? Because that could really be powerful and address some of those things that come up. The partnerships are happening. There is a symposium happening at the end of July that combines how health and housing are intricately woven together. I see Dana and Susan Lithgow from Habitat and Dana from Fish, who are also going to be presenting at that symposium with me, and we're looking at ways that we can come together. I've been having multiple meetings with the Home Builder Association, getting the developers on board. What are they willing to do? How are they willing to contribute? There's nowhere you can go outside of this country where affordable housing isn't an issue. So in order to find and get the solution is that, will all developers be willing to do this? No. What we can do is we can encourage, and this is what the Housing Advisory Task Force was tasked to do, and I think they've come up with some really good small steps for Broomfield to move forward, to start getting more people in Broomfield in homes. And we have many people who are tripled and doubled up in homes living here that aren't counted in the homelessness, and we're looking to other areas to find that data. And I don't know, the conversation is starting to help. Maybe the school districts can help us find those numbers. But yes, this is going to take some time, and the Housing Advisory Task Force has come up with some ways to restrict some of the barriers that can possibly house other people, and the accessory dwelling units, and I think the tiny homes would probably fall into that same ordinance that we could have. And let's see, Mr. Manley, you had talked about the ordinances, and we had our meeting on Monday, and since I didn't hear it, I want to hear it from you that should council support the accessory dwelling units, what does that mean for HOAs who may not have that?
Well, right now, it would be an HOA's response, and I don't know for sure, but I'm going to guess that the city doesn't allow it, so we're not going to.
Right.
So there's going to be no way to get it into any neighborhood without the city approving it as an ordinance and allowing them to occur by an owner's right of ownership. Once that happens, then anybody's going to be able to go to their HOA and make a request to say, I would like to do this. The city allows it. It's going to meet the codes of the HOA, so you should let me do it. And that's going to be the first step. Without it, it won't go anywhere.
Right. So this is an opportunity to remove some of the barriers and get people in more affordable housing. So I do support the efforts of this group. I do want to see a housing fund so it is not done by case basis, because the turnaround time that we need to have this funding is now. So if Broomfield, the city and county of Broomfield is willing to participate and seed that money and then get some more money for the housing fund, we could do some really great things. And as Councilmember Schaaf brought up, that kind of like that mini CHAFA, we could supplement what CHAFA can't supplement here. We could, at least in the form of loans, low interest to no interest loans.
If I could just make a quick comment regarding CHAFA Light, we'll just call it CHAFA Light, right? And regarding the quickness and the speed with which we need to respond. I mean, there are several situations where great houses have come on the market that would be a great target for a deed-restricted, low-income, minimal fix-up that the city could do, and that's a door right away that within 2 or 3 months of, as I say, not granite, not stainless steel, not a great fix-up, but one that makes it livable, to sell to a first-time home buyer, deed-restricted. At the end, there's equity sharing. Broomfield gets its money back out, goes into the fund, and away we go. So that's where another place where it's quick, as opposed to, oh, we got to wait. You guys know what your schedule looks like, right? So just a thought there from the standpoint of getting that CHAFA Light. It's doing our own little bit of financing, but having the ability to do it fairly quickly and responsively.
And that's the responsibility of a housing authority. So we need to activate our housing authority as well. Thank you. That's all I have.
Councilmember Jezierski.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to thank the task force on all the work and energy you put into this over the last year or so. I mean, you definitely attempted to tackle a very complex issue that we're dealing with here in Broomfield, and as Councilmember Tessier mentioned, you know, the rest of the state and really the rest of the country. So you guys are doing a commendable job at this point. I'm just going to just briefly address the three major areas that you brought up today. The affordable housing percentages, I'm in support of that. And it's my understanding one way that you are going to make this more palatable to developers is by, or you're at least proposing offering fee reductions or expedited processes for them in the development process.
Right. Now, obviously, we know that tap fees and the like are sacrosanct here, and we really can't touch those. But there are some project fees, various other fee structures that we have heard from staff that they'd be willing to look at. But most importantly, in all of our discussions with developers, what we've heard time and time again is expedited process, right? For them, truly, time is money. So if we can have, and we've used the term guardian angel or specified staff person to help really walk their process, their requirements through, we're absolutely, that's a non-financially draining type of an approach that says, hey, this is something we can do. Now, in fairness, most of the time, the holdup, well, a lot of times the holdup is not us. It's, you know, it's the developers getting their ducks in a row, and that's fine. But if we can offer that, that was a thing we heard loud and clear time and time again. Yes, that is a huge thing for us.
That's great to hear, because I think you're right that can be one way to address this, and that's not financially draining on the city. And it's good to hear that the feedback you're getting is that this is something that the developers would find very enticing. So I mean, I think I would be in favor of looking into that one further. As far as the ADUs, I've expressed this before, and Mr. Manley knows, I have very mixed feelings on that proposal. I'm certainly in favor of it in new communities that we're reviewing. The concern I've always had is our preserving expectations. So in established communities, I have a hard time, going in there and saying, hey, you've been living in a single-family home community, your entire life, and you bought a house based on that expectation, and now all of a sudden we're changing the rules on you. It's sort of an issue that we've dealt with in other areas, oil and gas being a large one. So it's always been my position that I like to really maintain the status quo as much as possible for these citizens. I do understand there's a need, but and I'm not sure if this is one way that I feel comfortable addressing it. And I know you have feelings on that side, Dave.
Well, I certainly believe that an ADU is one of the best ways and fastest ways to address the problem. I really believe that, and it can be done in any neighborhood. I know that there are a lot of people, most of the people who came to our community meetings were from the first filing. They felt that it was focused on them. That's not true. It can be done pretty much anywhere. There are not HOAs in every neighborhood, and the first filing actually has development standards that would have to still be met in addition to the requirements that the city would put in place. But the other thing I would say to you, it's happening now. I guarantee you there are houses being remodeled in the first filing that have a separate living unit in the basement or above a garage or in a garage. It's happening. We can't close our eyes to the fact that this is going on. The fire department needs to know who's there, how many residents there might be. We need to really get it addressed. It's not something that you can just say, oh, well, it's not going to work.
Okay.
Because it's got to be given a chance.
I get that, and it may be happening. I have no idea, but I'm not sure if that's the reason that I would vote to legalize it. There are a lot of other things that are happening now that I wouldn't necessarily vote to make legal, I guess. And regarding first filing, I mean, I think that is the area that would be hit the most, though. I mean, we mentioned HOAs, and I have a lot of experience dealing with HOAs, and I believe, in most communities right now, an ADU would not be allowed. Most HOA documents do state one unit per lot. That's fairly typical. So if we're talking about a separate unit on a lot or even a separate address, I'm not sure that'd be permitted on most HOA documents. It's not saying that they can't go back and go to the community and get that amended at some point if it was legal in the city. But it would require a process, and some communities may decide to move forward with that. And I think that, now that I'm talking and thinking through it, I would be more okay in a situation like an HOA where it may be prohibited now, and if the community votes affirmatively to allow it, then you're continuing to, at least on a majority basis or a super majority basis, maintaining that expectations. And maybe the concern that I have is something like first filing doesn't have that opportunity to vote as a community. Maybe they, I'm sort of thinking out loud here again, maybe they do by expressing their feelings on this ordinance to city council when it comes for a vote.
I think that there is the feeling that because I think the lot size is fairly large in first filing, that a lot of first filing folks, of which I am one, are a little nervous about this. But as Dave said, and as I will reinforce, this is not focused on them. Keep in mind where let's picture Northmore Estates, right? From 10th Avenue north, a fair chunk of those properties, no HOA, fair chunk of those properties have walkout basements. Perfect example that would be even a better fit for most ADUs than anything we're seeing in first filing. So I urge the residents of first filing not to be overly concerned. The way we've structured the ordinance, we've put ample protection in there. There's always review. There's parking. There's density specifications. So We're very, very, very sensitive, and we've given you, or we put together a proposal in terms of an ADU ordinance. That's not to say that it's going to end, that's the be-all, end-all.
Right.
Let us know what your concerns are. We'll address them, and ultimately, staff can get us to a place that hopefully will satisfy or put those concerns to rest.
Thank you. I do appreciate that.
Yeah, I would say the objective is to have council approve the idea of an ordinance and send it to staff to write an ordinance that could come back to you for an approval.
Okay.
We aren't going to write an ordinance.
All right, understood. So anyways, I do appreciate those comments and rebuttals to my concern. Just briefly on the Housing Development Fund, certainly I think that's a great idea. I'd love to be in support of that. And as you've heard now, and as you know, the devil is in the details of how that gets funded. I think I rarely ever get to this point, so it's kind of banner day for the Jezierski. The cash and lieu's are a great idea. You know, I've heard talks about the taxes, potential taxes, whether it's a worthy cost tax or a lodging tax. Those are things I'm willing to talk about further. I'm not sure how I'd feel about it at this point, but I think that's a good starting point for discussion. But I'm in favor of the idea of the fund for the reasons that you've already heard, and I think we just need to look into further how we actually get some money into that fund so it could provide the subsidies that we'd like it to. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Shelton.
Thank you, and thanks for the presentation. Also, thanks for hosting me at your meetings. I'm kind of I wasn't placed on the committee, but I've been very interested in the work that you've been doing. So I've been to those, and I appreciate you hosting me there. Okay, well, thank you. I know you're just saying that. But there were some things that I was excited about in here. I think mostly I was excited about reviewing our review process and streamlining that, and things like having the escort, getting the project streamlined through all of the processes, because it has to hit so many different departments. And I think that's a good idea for every project. So if we discover how to do it with this, then it could be applicable to everything. And that should make things cheaper for everyone. And I think that's really key here, because it's a problem that's bigger than Broomfield. Just putting money to this problem, I added up Kevin added up what 1,300 units would cost, and it's a number that nobody has. So how are we going to, can we make an impact, and do we even know what that progress might look like, are questions that always pop up into my head. And I think there's some really good opportunities to kind of get out of the way and let things happen so that there are fewer costs, and kind of going at it organically might be a good direction. One of the other things was the areas, I guess, was the public land dedication. We have a big public land dedication around here, and that adds significant cost. And I was hoping that the committee would give some advice on what that number could be. Could we reduce that? And I know that the sustainability committee might even look at landscaping and how much land we set aside, and is that environmentally sustainable? So that's something I really want the committee to put some time into, especially before we get to requirements on new development, which I'll probably get to here real quick.
If I could just speak to that just for a moment. Around public land, we know that we have a partner organization within the city, the open space, and they have requirements. By us stepping in there, I think that if a developer wants to see some type of a reduction in the public land dedication, that's in our estimation, between them, planning and zoning, and council. It'd be very hard for us to step on the toes of our brother, sister organization within the city in terms of open space to say, you know what, we're thinking we need more. I think it's as an as need. That's an ad hoc or as needed request. So that's just kind of the way we've approached it.
Yeah, you bring up a good point that there are, that's their business in some degree, but I think that there should be some overlap, and there is beginning to be overlap with these committees. especially with sustainability and how that affects everything else. So, you know, while you're working further on, I think that might be something to incorporate. You know, I had the word partnerships up here, and this is something I've been thinking about a lot. There's so many groups that are working on housing, and this is the government part of it. But there are plenty of opportunities to not recreate the wheel, but, you know, get everybody together. So I would like your committee to do more of that work too and engage with that. Looking at neighboring communities and what their what their policies are, I need to know how things have gone in that community too. You know, not just that they've implemented this policy, but what have been the results of it. Because I know, like, when Denver had the green roof initiative, building just stopped. So there are actual consequences to putting these requirements in, and if we go too far, then we could see development stop altogether. Could, but, you know, you've got your out, which is the cash in lieu, but that creates other problems too, which is just that we're taking money from a developer and we're putting it in a fund to make some affordable units. I do prefer having money, if it's available, because it sounds like a popular idea, I do prefer that money to go to projects that other developers are already working on, like the Summit or Habitat for Humanity projects. I want taxpayers to weigh in on whether the city should be running a fund, buying land, and developing projects on our own. Lastly, the ADUs, that is another kind of different perspective where I don't see it necessarily as a way to get us more affordable units. I more look at it as something that people want to do, and we're in the way. And it's a practical thing that they want to do, and it's a reasonable thing. So we should let them do it and have it done within reason. And I think you've looked at the concerns and addressed a lot of those. So I guess I have to stop it there. But the one last thing I'll mention is it was mentioned in the very last meeting, and it's something I think you need to address too, and that's the conflict of interest that could be present, because there are land developers on your committee, and there may need there are management groups on the committee, so there may need to be a time period where they can't actually benefit from a program. And on that topic too, I think a sunset provision definitely needs to happen if we do any new requirements on new builders, which I won't support, by the way. So I really have to stop there unless the mayor would allow you to respond.
Just two bits. I absolutely agree with you. I think that we are unique in that we are dealing with huge opportunity for conflict, right? I personally, in the last meeting, had a developer come in with whom I'm good friends with the broker on the land end of the deal, and recuse myself. Going forward, in either the next meeting or the meeting following, we will outline, just guidelines from our standpoint to when to recuse yourself, when to state that, and back away. Now, that doesn't mean we can't attend, but they won't be commenting, won't be voting, so on and so forth. But agree with you 100%.
And you wouldn't be able to be financially involved in certain projects too. Yeah.
But the people that might be referred to in this case are bringing really good expertise to the committee.
Yeah, you don't want to cut them out, given. Yep.
Okay, Councilmember Castro.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, first I want to start by saying how much I appreciate all of you and the work and the many, many volunteer hours that you dedicated to our advisory council. I'm sure it must be a little frustrating because you've been giving this insurmountable task without any type of decision-making power or budget. So I think you can't really compare your task to other boards and commissions. And I really appreciate Mr. Monroe's comparison matrix because it kind of shows where we're deficient. And I don't want anybody to get defensive, but if you look at other communities, they've made it more flexible. They have a housing authority, which I've said before, I think we need a dedicated housing authority with a dedicated budget. We're the only community in this grid that only uses community development block grants as our housing budget. And we all know those are shrinking and really hard to bank on. So I support the the fund that you guys are requesting and all of the recommendations in the action plan again. And as I said before, it's time for us to put some skin in the game. Thank you.
Could I make one comment really quick? Alan Feinstein of the committee was really responsible for putting that matrix together.
Thank you.
I'll take his credit.
That works. Thank you guys and gals for working on this. I know it's been interesting, and you get to deal with trailer parks and everything else. And, this is something we want to see. And this is a difficult issue when you talk about, the affordability and, some of our water and sewer tap fees. What are we in the $45,000 range for a single family unit? Makes it tough in trying to figure out how we're going to do this. The ADUs are interesting to me. I really don't have a problem with them. We may have to address it on a code level, how we can do that and what makes sense. But I think that's something that could be done. David, you're a nice neighborhood. We don't have, I don't know if you have an HOA. I don't.
We do have an HOA, but I can tell you there's a house very close to me that is renting right now for, I assume, about $2,000 a month, and there are 4 young people that are not related all living in it. That's another way, that $500 a month for each one of them.
Yeah. Yeah, so I mean, I just think that's one of those things. I heard someone talk about the lodging tax, which we did talk before, and that was actually done in reference so we could try to bring in some tourism dollars, though it might be interesting to try to break that up. I think it would be incumbent upon council to, really take a hard look at how we could fund some of these, programs in the future. We do have it in the budget, but it's a very sparse budget at best, and how do we do that? I'm not really in favor of going out and doing a tax or increase the mill levy to the average homeowner. I don't feel comfortable doing that. I wouldn't want to do that. But we do need to come up with some other ways, some creative ways to get funds. So I think I'm going to hold it off there. We're running a little bit late. And I guess council has some thinking to do. Staff, what's the plan?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to, maybe moving forward, it certainly seemed as though, among a majority of you at least, there was an interest in drafting an ordinance on ADUs.
Yes.
And bringing that forward for consideration, so that would be one. I think the task force, I heard close to half of you, if not slightly more, talk a little bit about both the lodging tax and the worthy causes tax. So I think the group, we could do some more work with them and make some estimates and give you a line item of what that money might be used for, how that might be used. What I didn't hear really a general sense about was an ordinance to require minimum percentages of affordable rental and for sale housing. I think this group has worked really hard on it. As you've noted, they've made a lot of progress in the development community. Every time a project comes forward, the group acknowledges they've had some discussion with the committee. The committee has, pushed and requested on affordable housing. In a number of cases, you all have acted on that and supported it. And so I guess what I'm wondering is, do you want to see a draft ordinance on what minimums look like? And I've seen some heads nodding and others. So it looks like, Mayor, just from this perspective, a majority of heads are nodding.
Not which way?
Well, they're in the vertical. I don't know if you want to
I'm sorry, I can go both ways.
I don't know if you want to do a straw poll or something, but.
Yeah, I think I would. How many?
I just want to say, it's not that I'm for or against it. I've asked 2 to 3 times now of what is supportive of that 10 and 20%, more specifically the 20%. Sure. And I need that answered.
I don't understand that question.
Well, I think just knowing how far that money's going to go, basically. What are we really getting with that ask, and potential, what's the bad side? Would that preclude anybody from building homes or not? You've had more conversation with builders. I've had some myself. I don't know if it would preclude anybody from moving forward, but certainly what I did hear is that anything that we try to do, unless we have an ordinance, there's nothing concrete.
Right. And that's really what the builders are telling us. Look, just do something, right? The city council has said, okay, or planning and zoning or concept review, your first stop is Housing Advisory Committee. Well, all we are doing is shaking their hand and saying, hey, how you doing?
Right.
Truthfully. And because we can't say definitively, here's what we need, do it. And if you can't, then here's Plan B.
But that's not any different than any other board. If they go meet before the Parks and Recs, the open space or whatever, there are certain guidelines that, you know, some people that aren't used to working in Broomfield need. So, Mr. Sabridge, why don't we put a draft ordinance and we can discuss numbers and negotiate and argue and whatever. I mean, that's the best way. Or if it gets voted down, it gets voted down.
Yeah.
Or if we want to do something very minimal at best to kind of see how it goes.
Just as a comment, we have met with a lot of different developers for some rental, some for purchase. The numbers we're talking about are numbers that those developers are acceptable to. So we're not pushing the envelope. We're not saying 20% of for purchase have to be. We're saying 10%. And that fits into the projects that we have seen that they could do. It would be hard to push to 20, but that fits. The rental side of it, the same thing is true. We had somebody come back and say that they have now created 20% of their units as affordable.
And that's for the apartments.
Yeah. So
kind of give us some guideline on how to move forward.
Yeah, I think, Mr. Mayor, what we'll do is we'll draft up, working with the committee, draft ordinance on ADUs, draft ordinance on percentages of affordable housing with a rationale on where those percentages came from and how they will chip away at what we show as the deficit in affordable housing. And then we'll spend some more time on the worthy cause and lodging taxes, what they might generate on an annual basis and how these might be used, and we'll bring them back in study session for you all. And you'll actually have ordinances in front of you, and then you can decide what you'd like to move forward.
Certainly anything we do is going to have a public meeting, so nothing will be decided. Okay, council, we're going to take a 10-minute break. We come back, we're going to have a concept
Thank you
review.
all very much. We appreciate your time.
Really appreciate it.
This evening regarding application for approximately 13,000 square foot addition to an existing facility located at 7 Longs Peak Drive Research and Development Space. We'll follow the city's standard procedures for concept plan reviews. First, the staff will present a summary of the application. Following the staff summary, the applicant will make their presentation. We will then take comments from the public, members of the Planning and Zoning Commission, and other interested advisory boards. Then the applicant will have an opportunity for final comments, and finally questions and comments for City Council. Council members that are here have a copy of the agenda memorandum for this proposal, which I'll ask our staff to please summarize.
Thank you, Mayor. This evening, Anna Bertanzetti, Broomfield's Planning Director, will provide a summary of the application.
Thank you, Mayor, members of Council. Anna Bertanzetti, Planning Director. The applicant this evening has submitted a conceptual plan for approximately 130,000 square foot addition to an existing research and development facility. The general location is off of 7 Longs Peak Drive, and we do have a video, if we could have that at this time. The property is generally on the north side of Airport Avenue, and that's where our video will begin, kind of at the west side of the property. The video is taken looking southeast along Metro Airport Avenue. You can see the existing facilities and the vacant site where the concept is proposed. As the video continues to pan to the west, you can see some of the other office buildings on adjacent parcels, and then across Metro Airport to the south, you can see some of the existing hangars and other development within the airport property. And then the video will continue panning back towards the east down Metro Airport Avenue. The subject property is zoned planned unit development and is part of the Ball Aerospace Broomfield Research and Development Park PUD plan. And the proposed uses for this evening are consistent with that PUD plan. The comprehensive plan designation for this property is commercial, and the use is, again, consistent with the comprehensive plan. The conceptual plan, as I mentioned, is for 130,000 square foot addition. To the existing facility that's located at 7 Longs Peak Drive. The building will include space for offices, as well as the research and development uses. The proposed uses are consistent with the current operations occurring in the existing structure. Parking has been depicted at a very conceptual level, and specific parking counts are not known at this time. As this project moves forward, specific parking requirements based on the type of operation will be proposed by the applicant as part of the PUD plan amendment and detailed in the site development plan. The applicant has provided a preliminary architectural perspectives for what their team envisions the development to look like. The general approach is to have the elevations generally match the existing structure. However, specific architectural designs will be reviewed during the site development plan process as this development moves forward. If the proposal moves forward, we will also see more detailed information regarding the landscaping with the site development plan. The applicant will also be submitting a final plat to combine lots. And the site development plan will further define the parking, architecture, grading, and as I mentioned, the landscaping. The applicant may also provide a PUD plan amendment to help modify regulations to address the unique aspects of this site in relation to the parking requirements. They'd be looking to existing facilities that they have in terms of what parking may be appropriate for this type of use. The proposal, as it moves forward, will require public hearings before the Planning and Zoning Commission as well as the City Council, and staff has not identified any key issues with this proposal. The applicant is here this evening and has a brief presentation prepared for you.
Okay, the applicant's presentation is next.
Good evening. Thank you for your time in the review of our concept application. I'm Robert Rohde with Trainer HL Architects. I've been retained by Ball Aerospace to prepare and the design for the project. On my left is Damon Sutel with Ball Aerospace. He's the manager of facilities, and I've asked him to attend to answer any questions that you guys may have. So actually, if we can get... So, as Anna said, here is the site. Let's see, and there is the pointer, which we cannot see very well. Okay. So this is our proposed site. This is our proposed site right here. We will have some parking in the back and the front and some landscaping. This is the existing research development building, approximately 120,000 square feet in footprint. As Anna said, our new development will be approximately 130,000 square feet, 60,000 square feet of offices, and the rest for flight hardware manufacturing for the satellite and aerospace industry. So if we can go to the concept, since this has already been presented. We've done a little 3D concept rendering that's in your packet. The grayed area over on this side is the existing building, and we've got the new front elevation proposed to match the existing finishes of the brick and the metal panel. This is the straight-on elevation from the front with the proposed elevations and heights of the building. Right now, the site use is for 60 feet in elevation. We are proposing a 60-foot high, 68-foot high front entry. And we have met with the Rocky Mountain Metropolitan Airport Authority to go over that height change for the PUD that we'll be modifying. The existing site use is 60 feet plus a penthouse, which is approximately 15 feet high. So we're not going to ask to exceed that elevation. We'll just be asking for about 70 feet in that revision. We have also met with the fire department, and they have approved our little site plan and access to the building, and we have received that. I have also submitted the obstruction notifications to the FAA for the change in the height. So that is really our quick little presentation to you, and wanted to open up any questions from council and mayor to us.
Does that complete your presentation?
Yes, sir.
Okay, because we'll always take questions from the public first.
Okay.
And then our planning and zoning. All right. Next, we welcome questions and comments from the public. If there's anyone in the audience who'd like to make a comment, now would be the appropriate time. Planning and Zoning Commissioner, Commissioner Hart.
Mr. Mayor, Council, Jerry Hart. The other members of the commission, we met out in the hallway during the housing presentation. They didn't have any comments, so they all went home. They, like me, they think this is a wonderful project for the city of Broomfield. I just had two minor points, one of which I think the applicant addressed. One is input from the airport. This is 60 feet. We're not that far from that northeast trending small runway that crosses the two major runways. I'd like to hear what the airport has to say about that, if anything. And the other doesn't really relate to this project, but relates to development on Metro Ave and Lone Star, and that's the fact that there's no consistent pedestrian access on any of those things. And you could see in the video, there's a fair amount of traffic on Metro Ave, and maybe on Lone Star. I'm not really sure about that. But you know, if we're going to encourage people to use public transit, there is no good way for them to get from, say, Wadsworth or even bus stops on Metro Avenue to any of these places. That has really not much to do with this development. It's really more a Broomfield, Jeffco kind of thing, but it's something we ought to think about for the future. That's it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Are there anybody else from any of the other boards and commissions that would like to speak? Okay, does Ken have any final comments after those comments?
Yeah, I'd like to address the gentleman's comments. Again, we have met with the airport authority. They did have positive comments. They did also note that they have existing light poles at 65 feet on their tarmac, and we're showing 68 feet. Plus, we're 300 feet outside of the boundary of the airport property and on the hangar side. So we are quite some ways away from, say, the takeoff and landing zones.
The RPZ, okay.
Thank you.
One real quick comment just from Ball Aerospace. It's been about 23 years or 22 years since we built our last building in Broomfield. We're really looking forward to expanding our facility in the Broomfield area, and really appreciate the council's consideration for this project.
Okay, thank you. Does any council member have any comments? I see Mayor Pro Tem, Councilmember Schaaf.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you so much for your continuing interest in Broomfield. I appreciate that you looked here first and you're willing to expand here. And I will eagerly wait for the results of the traffic study, and I hope that you will take into consideration bike racks and a charging station as you move this project forward.
Absolutely. We definitely will keep in mind bike racks and charging stations. We have charging stations at our other locations, both in Broomfield and outside of Broomfield, so we'll consider that for sure.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Schaaf, then Beacon.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you to staff and the applicant for including bike racks and charging stations in your conversations. I would be interested in hearing more from the airport when this does come back. So I am encouraged that there has been some conversations, but getting some letters of support when this does come back, getting some affirmation that there is a positive reaction from the airport.
Yes, sir.
And the one piece that I do have a question on is, and Commissioner Hart did speak to this, was the pedestrian connection. So that was a little something in the council memo that I was a little unsure about, and I would like to hear from staff and as well as the applicant to hear a little bit more about the sidewalk connection. What's the desire, and then kind of from the applicant what the concern is for that pedestrian connection. So if we could hear from staff first, that would be great.
Thank you, Councilmember Schaaf. Yes, I agree with our commissioner. We do have missing segments of sidewalk in this area. It's very inconsistent where there is and is not sidewalk. And one of the things that staff wanted to continue working with the applicant on, if this proceeds, is looking at the overall area and where sidewalks do make sense, where there are continued areas. We did in some of our initial discussions with the applicant hear that they had some concerns with where pedestrian traffic would be directed, and we think that there's ways to do that around the perimeter of the site while keeping that in mind, but also addressing the needs for pedestrian safety in the area.
And thank you for that. There was a map on the overhead. Could you show kind of where the desire for that pedestrian connection is?
So it's a little bit hard to see on here, but there is an existing sidewalk just in this segment on Longs Peak Drive. It's missing here. So the project boundaries would be whether we could add some segments here for connectivity. What we're not certain of in terms of Metro Airport Avenue, and I think the commissioner brought up a good point that this is more of a regional thing that we should be looking at, and we should continue that discussion. But the applicant's proposal at this time does not access Metro Airport Avenue, but we can continue looking at that connectivity as well.
Okay, great. Thank you for pointing that out. I like this project. Oh, actually, if I can hear from the applicant regarding your concerns for that. Maybe staff covered that, but I would like to hear from the applicant.
Absolutely. There's also an existing. That's better. There's also an existing sidewalk right here, and there is a lot of traffic in between the two buildings, so we could certainly address that with crosswalks, maybe raise pedestrians to slow traffic down to make that more safe.
Okay. And when you say traffic, is that automobile traffic or is that pedestrian traffic?
Well, pedestrian and traffic between the headquarters and the R&D building, and then to make it safer to cross the road for automotive traffic.
Okay, great.
Right, but most of this road is used for Ball employees.
Okay. Okay, all right. Well, I look forward to hearing more about that conversation as it moves forward. I do like this project at this point, and I hope that it does come back for council so that we can see it again. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Councilmember Beacom.
The only comment I have is a thank you for taking this opportunity to build in Broomfield and continue your presence in Broomfield. From what I heard between the P&Z and our staff and your presentation, I'm very, very much in favor of this project, and I don't see any issues that are not able to be overcome, like the sidewalks and a couple of minor things. And as long as the airport is happy with the heights and stuff, I don't think that's an issue then. So thank you and good luck.
Great, thank you. And we definitely will be looking at the sidewalk along that corridor also, so no issues there.
Okay, Councilmember Shelton, Groom, and Castriota.
Thanks. It's nice to see you guys. My dad worked for Ball Aerospace for like 30 years. But he doesn't give me anything, so I can't benefit from this project at all. So
there you go.
We're clear there. I also wonder about the sidewalk, but I'm looking at the other side of the building, I guess it's the west side, and on Metro Airport Avenue. You know, I understand if you have concerns about having the connection inside of your property, and maybe if you wanted to connect that piece on Metro Airport or meet the city halfway or something like that, because you know there's a walkable trail or there's an impromptu dirt trail where the sidewalk could be. So maybe that's something that your employees are using already, and it's something you want to add to it.
We can absolutely look at that, and work with the city to see what we need to do there. We don't want a whole lot of external foot traffic through the Ball facilities, but we definitely be willing to look at perimeter trails and things like that, and addressing goat paths within the property.
Right. You got your secrets. Keep them.
We don't have any secrets.
No secrets. It's not what my dad said.
Councilman, there's also quite a bit of truck traffic and deliveries on that backside, so safety would be a concern as well. So we would want to route them out and around that.
Okay, excellent.
Right,
Thanks,
thank you.
guys. Looking forward to seeing it. Yeah.
Thank you.
Councilmember Groom, then Castriota.
I intend to support this, and I really appreciate you guys staying and expanding in Broomfield and in our region. I think it's a great industry to bring to this region. A question for you. Will either one of these buildings, or especially the new one, be classified in the future? Or is that
Potentially.
Yeah, so I guess that's what I would say in regards to having that connectivity that we were talking about is if it is going to be converted to classified, I think that would just be one barrier in the future for you guys that you might want to consider.
Correct.
When you come back to us without a without a connection, is that I could see that being a classified facility sometime in the future. But anyway, that's all I had to say, and look forward to you guys coming back. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Castriota.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to echo my fellow council members' sentiments, and thank you guys for bringing this project to expand to Broomfield. And I completely support it. I look forward to seeing your first concept after this one. And I know it's going to be a green building with affordable housing for just kidding.
We don't have a garage to build an ADU over.
You can fill all
yeah.
the gaps for us.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Council has looked at this and, offering some incentives, and it was really pretty easy because Ball's been a really good corporate citizen, really good sponsor, helping out, various charities in Broomfield. I know you have your own charity and stuff, but you guys have really been a good corporate citizen, and so we appreciate it. So it makes it really, really easy when you come in and want to expand. And of course, Commissioner Silvers, has spent countless hours and so we appreciate everything Ball has done. And, they provided a lot of jobs. There's a lot of smaller companies that rely on Ball, that are vendors. And so you guys do a really good job supporting the economic vitality and you're located on our creative corridor, and you guys certainly are creative, so we appreciate it.
We're really excited about the opportunity as well, and we appreciate the relationship. It goes both ways. I mean, we understand that to be able to build there and have facilities there, we need people to be able to support that, and so we're really looking forward to bringing in those jobs and really supporting the whole area.
Right. Well, I thank you for being here this evening. I think you heard nothing but positive comments.
I was kind of surprised. Yeah.
It doesn't always go that way.
Oh, yeah, exactly. Okay.
And, so thank you for being here.
Thank you for taking the time.
All right.
Appreciate it.
All right. I think I'm going to go ahead and take another break.
He's kidding.
Okay, our final study session item this evening is to address concerns expressed to the council by citizens of the community regarding the Rocky Flats National Wildlife Refuge and development of the Jefferson Parkway. The concerns are related to the disturbance of soil and potential for plutonium release on or adjacent to the refuge. We have with us this evening several presenters to share their expertise and information. I will ask staff to begin our discussion and introduce our guest presenters.
I'd like to call on Kevin Stambridge to do the introductions.
Thank you, Mr. Ozaki. Mr. Mayor, as you noted, we have a whole series of speakers for you this evening. First will be Ms. Jennifer Opila, who is the Division Director for Hazardous Materials and Waste Management, the Waste Management Division, Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment. Then we'll have Dr. Chris Urbina, who's a medical officer for the Broomfield Health and Human Services Department. And then Mr. Jason Andrews, who's the RMG project manager and geotechnical engineer with engineering analytics. And then a group of speakers organized by Mr. Randy Stafford, who has spoken to council before, including Jon Lipsky, Dr. LeRoy Moore, Dr. Harvey Nichols, Mr. Stafford, Ms. Tiffany Hansen, Dr. Gail Biggs, Dr. Michael Ketterer, then Ms. Pat Malin. So we'll have those series, and we've asked Mr. Stafford and his group that presentations be no longer than 45 minutes, as we expect that to be some of the presentations from Ms. Opila, Dr. Urbina, and Mr. Andrews. And so with that, we'd like to ask Ms. Opila to come and share with you what she knows. Thank you, Jennifer.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for having me. First, I want to apologize to the City Council for not being here last month, or I guess that was April now. Seems like it was last month. I apologize for us not being able to be here when you first requested, but I'm happy to be here now with you. As Mr. Stambridge said, my name is Jennifer Opila. I am the Division Director of the Hazardous Materials and Waste Management Division at the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment, and oversight of Superfund and RCRA, or hazardous waste cleanups, happen within my division, as well as solid waste and regulation of radioactive materials and machines happen within my division. So you can get my card if you have any other questions you'd like to talk to me about after this one. I'd like to start with just a little bit of background. The EPA added the Rocky Flats site to the national priorities list in 1989. The plant was subject to a $7 billion CERCLA, which stands for Comprehensive Environmental Response, Compensation, and Liability Act, investigation and environmental cleanup effort. The cleanup effort included demolishing more than 800 structures, removing 21 tons of weapons-grade material, removing more than 1.3 million cubic meters of waste, including contaminated soil. The effort also included treating more than 16 million gallons of water and constructing 4 groundwater treatment systems. The closure and cleanup addressed the acute risk associated with the most hazardous materials used at the Rocky Flats site. Due to the existence of residual contamination and continued operation of groundwater treatment at the site, management of the 1,308-acre central operable unit, where the plant used to be, has been retained by DOE. Today, CDPHE and EPA have regulatory oversight over DOE's central operable unit, the remedy and the remedy monitoring and maintenance in that area. The former security buffer zone outside the main portion of the Rocky Flats plant did not require remediation. In May 2007, this area was deleted from the Superfund National Priorities List. The lands comprising this area were transferred to the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service for establishment as the Rocky Flats National Wildlife Refuge and the Jefferson Parkway Authority pursuant to an act of Congress. CDPHE does not have current post-closure authority over the refuge or the area set aside for the parkway. Remaining contamination includes radionuclides, chemical solvents, and heavy metal contaminants. The remaining contamination poses a low risk to human health and the environment as defined by standards set forth in federal law and CERCLA. But we acknowledge that there will always be some residual contamination there. As required by CERCLA for the cleanup, a human health and ecological risk assessment was conducted that looked at different exposure scenarios. The risk assessment specifically considered risk to refuge workers, including children, as a special category of the study. The risk assessment concluded that the cleanup met the CERCLA standards. There is real risk associated with the remaining levels of plutonium. It is just very small because the concentrations of radionuclides are very small. In other words, your lifetime cancer risk for Coloradoan is 30%. The estimated lifetime risk for a person living on refuge land, if that were to be allowed, would be 30.001%, so a very small increase. And the estimated lifetime risk, cancer risk that is, for a refuge worker or a visitor is 30.002%. The Agency for Toxic Substances and Disease Registry, or ATSDR, also completed a full public health assessment for off-site Rocky Flats health impacts, including but not limited to cancer. The assessment concluded, quote, overall, ATSDR did not identify any environmental exposures at levels of public health concern for past and current exposures. And residents who lived near Rocky Flats plant were exposed to site-related contaminants, but not at levels associated with adverse health effects for the period of plant operation. Also, levels of off-site surface soil contamination are no apparent public health hazard for past, current, and future exposures. It is scientifically not possible to say that cleanup is ever 100% safe or that there is no risk. But that does not mean that the refuge visit is dangerous, that a visit to the refuge is dangerous, or that the cleanup was improperly conducted. In 1998 and in 2016, CDPHE conducted cancer incidence studies for the 10 communities surrounding Rocky Flats. These studies found no pattern of cancer tied to Rocky Flats. A 2017 study supplement specifically looked at the incidence of thyroid and rare cancers and found no link between increased cancer risk and those living near the site. CDP has offered to provide input and technical assistance in any future health assessments in the area. We understand that it may provide valuable data to community by consistently looking at health patterns over time. In 2018, the Jefferson Parkway Authority approached CDPHE and asked for guidance as it moves forward with the project. One of CDPHE's considerations when evaluating the Parkway's request was whether or not a Regulation 4.60 of the Colorado Radiation Control Act applied to the construction of the Jefferson Parkway. Regulation 4.60 says that contamination of soil in excess of 2 disintegrations per minute of plutonium per gram of dry soil presents a sufficient hazard to public health to require the utilization of special techniques of construction upon properties so contaminated. CDPHE, their radiation program, and the Colorado Attorney General's Office have determined that the Parkway Authority is not subject to the requirements of Radiation Regulation 4.60 because the Parkway Authority is not licensed or registered under the Colorado Radiation Control Act. In addition, the 2006 Rocky Flats Record of Decision determined that the area, which includes the Parkway Authority's right-of-way, is suitable for unrestricted use and unlimited exposure. This means that while there are small amounts of plutonium in the surface soil, these levels are within regulatory limits and the area can be used for a transportation corridor. CDPHE has also heard the concerns of members of the community about construction of the Parkway and is committed to doing all we can to ensure that potential construction of Jefferson Parkway is protective of public health. Construction of the Parkway will require an air permit from CDPHE. While CDPHE does not have any other immediate authority over construction of the Parkway, CDPHE recently issued a letter to the Parkway outlining a list of best practices to help address specific community concerns. These include dust suppression efforts, air sampling, and water sampling during construction. In conclusion, historical operations at the Rocky Flats site caused contamination to soil and groundwater. Decisions were made, many set by rules, regulations, standards, and laws that exist at the federal level, as to how to clean up the site and determine for future uses. We acknowledge that residual contamination remains in the Refuge and Parkway areas, but the remaining contamination poses a low risk to human health and the environment as defined by standards set forth in CERCLA. Results from the thousands of samples collected in cleanup analysis show that the Refuge and Parkway are suitable for those uses. We cannot undo history, but we can talk today about future health studies, additional sampling, recommended best practices as the Parkway moves forward, and we want to be a partner in those activities. CDPHE will remain engaged in collecting, sharing, and assessing data as time goes on through its public health function. Thank you for your attention, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you have for me.
I think we should take questions after the three presenters. And
Thank
then
you.
That would be easier.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Dr. Chris Urbina.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Jason Volling. I'm the Public Health Director. I'd like to introduce Dr. Chris Urbina. He's the medical officer for the City and County of Broomfield, for Boulder Public Health, and also for Pueblo City and County Health Department.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, members of the council, staff, my good buddies, City Manager's Office. What I'd like to do is put this in perspective. From a health perspective, as you know, I'm a family physician and a longtime public health advocate. So I'd like to talk, pull this up, about health risk in context, about cancer, about radiation and cancer risk, about radiation exposure risk at Rocky Flats, as well as the current available cancer studies near Rocky Flats in Colorado. I appreciate Ms. Opila's introduction, and I also appreciate David Allen's presentation earlier to you that talked about the closure. I think you remember that presentation. I won't delve into that at all. David did an excellent job of presenting that. So I'm really going to focus on the health risks associated with, potential health risks associated with Rocky Flats. So let me define what a health risk is. And all of us experience health risks every day. We may not be aware of them, but we experience health risks. And what is a risk? Well, a risk is a hazard times a consequence. So in the examples I've laid out here, obviously driving here, you were exposed to significant automobile traffic, and you at risk of a motor vehicle accident, and in some case, death. I've just listed a couple examples of risk associated with driving, and as we've talked about in an earlier discussion, the risk of suicide in Broomfield and the state of Colorado is significantly, it's double what we, in terms of motor vehicle accidents. I also put a couple other risks there. Every day we're exposed to lots of tainted food, and we may not realize it, but we're exposed to not only radiation in our food, but also bacteria in our food. And there are over 400 deaths per year associated with tainted food. So I just wanted to put this in perspective to know that there are risks associated outside of this environment. So let's talk a little bit about other issues associated with risk. I've already alluded to this. Our risk perception is probably our biggest enemy. What we perceive as a risk is sometimes a danger to us. I would never ride fast down a mountain without a helmet on my bicycle because that's, I know, is a risk to my life. There's also lots of uncertainty. And as Mr. Opila, and I'm sure we'll hear from the community members, there's lots of uncertainty, and we don't know exactly often the risk we're exposed to. And so that uncertainty complicates our assessment of risk. And I also wanted to talk about acceptable risk. I alluded to this earlier about driving here from South Denver, driving down 93. I choose to accept that risk. And so that's important to put that in perspective. And finally, as Ms. Opila alluded to earlier, we have to assess risk through either a formal or informal process, because we don't often have all the variables, all the data to decide exactly what your individual risk is. So when I talked to my father, he's now 92. He's had 2 bouts of cancer, both bladder cancer as well as colon cancer. And he worked at the steel mill in Pueblo. And he asked me every day, do you think my cancer was caused by my working at the steel mill? Or do you think Ziggy's cancer was caused by this? And I said, Dad, I don't know. I don't know their health histories. I don't know their exposure. I said, Dad, you did smoke. Yes, and you didn't eat very well, and you drank. And he said, no. It had to have been whatever it was he was exposed to. So his perception of risk was very important, and I think that's what you have to keep in mind as a family physician. When I assess somebody's risk, when they come in and say, I think I have cancer, I have to take a very good health history. Because cancer is a disease of cells. It's really multiple diseases. It occurs when cells are growing out of control. If it's locally, it's called a tumor. If it spreads in your system through the lymphatic system or the bloodstream, it's called metastatic. And it's not just one disease. It can occur in any cell in the body. I just want you to keep that in mind. I won't pick on anybody in particular, but council members, what do you think your risk of cancer is, lifetime risk? If you look at the American Cancer Society, it's actually, I listed 1 out of 3 males will die will have cancer in their lifetime. It's actually a little higher than that. It's about 40%. So you sometimes hear the number 1 out of 2. So my dad, he's had 2 cancers. So he's already had his fill of cancers. But your lifetime risk as a male is about 40%, regardless of your exposure. As a female, your lifetime risk is 1 out of 3. 1 out of 5 males who get cancer will die from it. It's the second leading cause of death in Colorado. 1 out of 5 females will die from their cancer. I listed some common cancers, and I think you know what those are: prostate, lung, and colon and rectal cancer for males, breast, lung, and colon and rectal cancers for females. So let's talk about risk factors. Remember, risk factors are hazard times consequence. So if you look at this list, it's pretty extensive. If I were to take a health history of everybody who came in as a family physician to me and they have cancer, I'd be asking them about tobacco use, their diet, their physical activity, their weight, their alcohol use, their sun exposure, their environmental exposure such as radon, lead, and asbestos, and we'll talk about that, as well as their exposures to infections. The number 1 cause of cervical cancer in women is what? Human papillomavirus. It's a virus. So keep that in mind. And finally, things that we don't have control over are inherited genes. You don't choose who your family is. You know that, Mayor. So 5 to 10% of the causes of cancer are inherited genes. So let's talk a little bit about radiation. I'm not a nuclear physicist. Don't pretend to be one. But ionizing radiation is really the danger here. And we're going to talk a little bit more about this when we talk about plutonium. And I know the community members will talk a lot about plutonium as well. Ionizing radiation is the bad subject. It releases alpha particles, and I won't go into detail associated with beta particles, and also gamma rays. And we'll talk a little bit about this. But I wanted to put it in perspective because the risk of harm is depending on both the dose and the rate. So I know Ms. Opila talked a little bit about this, and I'll talk about it again. But if you're exposed over a long period of time to a very, very low dose of plutonium, your risk is low of cancer. If you're exposed to a large amount, very intensively, and we'll talk about a study that focuses on that, the chances are greater. So it's both dose and time exposure to the ionizing radiation. That's the problem. So I won't go into detail, but ionizing radiation is bad. Non-ionizing radiation is not so is not good, but it's still not as bad as the ionizing radiation. There are two measurements that I'd like to talk about. An effective dose, and this is important because you'll get a lot of units expressed today. So I want to talk about two very important ones. The effective dose is the amount of radiation absorbed by a person, and that's expressed as rem. Most commonly, we're going to be talking about millirems. That's 1,000th of a rem. Sieverts is only put there because you may see that on some of the slides. The radiation dose that we talk about, a curie, the amount of ionizing radiation released by a material, you'll see that again. It's usually expressed as a picocurie because that's what we're really talking about, 1/1,000,000th of a curie in the soil samples exposed. Just so you know, right now in Colorado, we are exposed to over 620 millirems. Let me repeat that, 620 millirems. Keep that number in mind as we move forward. This is a very complicated slide, but I'm just going to point out the big pictures about this, and you can look at this later. Oftentimes, in a healthcare setting, I will order an X-ray, or I might order a CT scan. That's significant radiation exposure, and that's ionizing radiation. So if you talk about an average chest X-ray, that's 10 millirems. If you talk about a computerized or CT scan, if you get a total body CT scan, that's 1,000 millirems. So we get a significant exposure from our healthcare providers, and we try to discourage children from getting lots of exposures to X-rays because of that risk. The environmental pieces I want to point out are, and this large one on the right, the green part, is 1/3 of all the radiation we're exposed to in Colorado is actually radon. And that's from the decay of uranium and radium. So the amount of radiation that we get from radon in Colorado is over 200 millirems. That's 1/3 of our exposure. So keep those numbers in mind. Different way of saying the same thing, but in a more colorful slide. So let's talk about plutonium levels just briefly, and you've seen this from David Allen, so I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this. In terms of the concentration in picogram in the refuge and then the core unit. Unfortunately, that slide is right. Those numbers are right on that little thing. But let me just say them out loud for you. The average concentration in the refuge is 1.1 picograms per gram. And the average concentration that you're not allowed to go into in the central operating unit is 2.3 picograms. So how does this relate to exposure? I've kind of set the table by talking about cancer risk and radiation and what your risks are. Jason, can I have a glass of water? Thanks. So when the study was eventually closed and there were health risks associated with this, as Ms. Opila talked about earlier, the CIRCLA standard for allowing excess risk after the refuge was closed was put between 1 in 10,000 to 1 in a million. And if you compare, thanks, Jason. I always get dry when I talk about Rocky Flats. I should say I've given this talk a few times in my career here in Colorado. When we talk about excess cancer risk, and that's the important thing to remember. Remember we talked about risk of you as a male and female being 1 out of 3. When the Rocky Flats Refuge was closed, they used numbers to determine what the excess cancer risk associated with either living near or visiting the refuge. And those are the numbers on the right. We're talking about 183 picocuries per gram, and we're talking about 2 picocuries per gram. So that's 1 in a million risk. So when you go back to this slide here, when the average concentration in the refuge is 1.1 million picocuries per gram, and that excess risk to you of 1 out of a million is 2 picocuries per gram, your risk as an individual is less than 1 out of a million. Based on your exposure, and this is again a part of the health risk assessment that went on, they calculated and used several different, as Ms. Opila mentioned earlier, they used an adult refuge worker, they used a child visitor, and they used an adult visitor, what their radiation exposure might be in millirems related to the 1.1 average concentration of picocuries per gram plutonium exposure. And you can see the millirems were 0.3, 0.2, and 0.07. These are significantly lower than the risk of a chest x-ray or your exposure to 620 milligrams just living in Colorado at altitude. So let's talk a little bit about the studies. I've highlighted the first two first, but I tried to include all available studies. The first study I wanted to talk about was the report of the epidemiologic analysis performed for Rocky Flats by Jim Rutenberg, who I knew, of workers employed between 1952 and 1989. They looked at 16,000 workers who had greater than 6 months exposure to plutonium at the time the Rocky Flats the plant was open. And they looked at the risks of death and cancer deaths, and they found no difference in the workers exposed to significant amounts of radiation between them and the general population. They use a standardized mortality ratio, that's of the ratio of observed deaths in the study group to expected deaths in the general population as their variable. Very sound statistical methodology. Some SMRs were slightly elevated, but not statistically significant. But they did show the case control portion of this, the nested case control, it's a statistical definition, showed significant higher risk in workers for lung cancer and death with internal exposure of 40,000 millirems. 40,000 millirems. So we're talking about less than 1 millirem for the average worker versus exposure to 40 millirems in the production workers. It's important to emphasize that what we do know is that even these 16,000 workers, the risk for dying and cancer risk was extremely low. It was still there, but it was low. The other study I think Ms. Opila alluded to, it's worth repeating again, because the state health department has a very important cancer registry that's been in operation since 1968 that takes every single cancer in the state of Colorado that occurs, gets as much medical history, including smoking history, as they can, and they can document where they lived, what their exposures were, etc. And when the cancer registry or the state health department looked at this, they did several periods of time, and this is important to note, 1980 to 1989, 1990 to 2014, that's 25 years of data. And they compared census tract data around the Rocky Flats area. They lumped them together and they called them regional statistical areas, lumping cancer sites because, again, the more numbers you have, the greater reliability of your study. And they found no difference in cancer incidence in regional statistical areas closer to Rocky Flats compared to the Denver metro area. And the incidence of cancers in the study areas were not higher than expected. Very important study, I think Ms. Opila already alluded to, but I just wanted to amplify it a little bit more. Two other studies that I wanted to talk a little bit about. I think the community will talk about the second one, the downwinder study. But I wanted to bring up the first one because I think it's important to emphasize that when they closed the Rocky Flats site, they wanted to find out if what the exposure potentially to plutonium particles were. So they did this study, the Loveless Respiratory Research Institute did this study, and they, based on their calculations, a person would have to inhale millions of dust particles contaminated with plutonium oxide for significant radiation to be delivered to key body organs, including bone surface, marrow, lung, and liver, which are the most common sites associated with radiation exposure. So the one particle causing cancer is just simply not true. The second study I just wanted to give a brief reference to is the Rocky Flats Downwinder study, which was actually suspended because Metropolitan State University is no longer going to participate. But I think as I looked at their website, the community is considering a community health survey, which I think is good. I think when they first reported their results in 2016, they had 1745 responses with, again, that 848 cancers were self-reports, 414 were considered rare cancers. Important to point out in this study that these were self-reported cancers. If I'm asked to do a survey and I have cancer, I'm going to respond to the survey because I'm concerned about, like I told you with my father, he was concerned about his exposure. And so he wants to add to this information. I hope the study continues because if they ask health histories, if they ask exposure and do examinations, it might be very useful for the future studies that I think Ms. Opila alluded to that actually can help us with more certainty than we have. Finally, two other studies that I just wanted to mention because they're often quoted was the study by Carl Johnson that looked at 3 years of data from the Cancers Registry, and he did find a 24% higher and 10% higher in males and females in census tracts closest to the planet compared to comparable non-exposed suburban area. I think it was Pueblo. This is significant because it prompted CDPHE, the State Health Department, to actually do their longitudinal studies. And in fact, this was important because now we have 25 years of data that shows there's really no difference in cancer rates closer to Rocky Flats areas compared to the Denver metro area, which I think is important. I think thanks to Dr. Johnson for calling the question. Finally, this last one is often quoted. I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time with this, with Dr. Crump. They found no difference in cancer rates in northwestern Denver compared to other areas, but there was some challenges related to the study, but it's still often quoted. It was later challenged by Dr. Johnson as well. So that concludes my comments, and I'd be happy to answer questions after the next speaker. Thank you very much.
Okay, great. Thank you. Mr. Jason Andrews.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council, and staff for the opportunity to present this evening. My presentation is going to be a little bit different this evening. We're going to focus on kind of where we're at, some of the data that we've collected to date since the last time that I was here and spoke to the council. So kind of want to run through that a little bit. So we've divided this into two phases. So at this point, we've completed phase one of our soil sampling. Phase one consisted of collecting soil samples from a depth of 0 to 2 inches and 0 to 6 to 8 inches at 20 sample locations along the proposed corridor. Phase two will be to collect another 192 samples from a depth of 0 to 2 inches. So I want to talk a little about where we're at on phase one. So phase one sample results. We collected samples about the first part of May, once again from that upper 0 to 2 inches, and then from that deeper sample depth from 6 to 8 inches. Those samples were prepared, sent to the lab. They were analyzed for americium, plutonium, uranium, as listed in the bullets there. So in that table, there's a lot of data there, but I wanted to kind of put that up just to give some reference to. And I want to make sure that everyone notices at the bottom the data presented as draft data. We've just received a lot of this data from the lab. We're ongoing and processing this data. This is kind of an update right now to let you know what we've collected. As you can see, reported the americium, plutonium, the different daughter products, and uranium as well up there. And you can see that our maximum americium value in the upper surface soils, that 0 to 2 inch sample, is 0.257 picocuries per gram. in the upper material. And as we go down, we look at plutonium-236. We have 0.041 in the upper material. And then we get down to the one that everyone kind of has been talking about, is plutonium-239-240. And we have 1.14 picocuries per gram in the upper material. One thing I want to point out on this plot is that as we go with depth down to the 6 to 8 inch samples, the maximum concentration decreases with depth. And that's in keeping with what we anticipated to find out there at the site. So I want to kind of show where we've collected these samples at. The figure on the left shows the entire Rocky Flats area, the exposure units, and then a little blow up on the right. The green dots represent the sample locations. So there's 20 sample locations. We've spaced those sample locations equally along the proposed parkway alignment. So we've collected one sample, or 2 samples each location, so we have 40 sample results. So the plutonium plot, this is the one I wanted to kind of spend a little bit of time on here. The lower left-hand corner shows the proposed cleanup level of 50 picocuries per gram at the top of the black line. And then our data are the little bumps at the bottom of that plot, which are kind of hard to see, so I've done a blow-up kind of in that upper right-hand corner there. And you can see the blue line represents the 0 to 2 inch samples. The red line represents the samples from 6 to 8 inches collectively. With all but one location, those samples with depth, as I indicated earlier, are significantly lower than the samples from 0 to 2 inches that were collected. So that's the data we currently have right now. I want to talk about what we're doing now. As of last Friday, we've collected 108 samples, more samples, along that corridor. The figure on the right kind of represents the spatial distribution of those samples. It's kind of small, but we have the same spatial distribution that we talked about prior of about 1 sample for every 3/10 of an acre out at that site. These samples are collected from 0 to 2 inches. We did not collect the deeper samples. The deeper samples were done as part of the phase 1 study to get an idea if we saw an increase with depth. And we didn't, an increase of concentration with depth or a decrease of concentration with depth, which we did not see. So in phase 2, we chose to collect the 0 to 2 inch samples and forego the 6 to 8 inch samples. Sampling is proposed to be completed by the end of this week. I received an email from our field staff this evening when I got here indicating that we should be done prior to the end of the week with all of our samples and have those submitted to the lab. So before the end of the week, we'll have 192 additional samples submitted to the lab for analysis, and we'll be able to take this plot and have 192 plus the 20 data points to populate this plot. Hopefully here in the next couple months. The lab's getting a little backed up with the amount of samples we have right now, but we're pushing those through as quickly as we can. So that's the current status and update for the data which we've collected to date. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Does that conclude the staff? Okay, I was going to ask council if they wanted to ask questions from any of the first 3 presenters.
Yeah, we could break it up.
Sure, Councilmember Shelton.
Yeah, thank you for the chance, Mr. Mayor. Appreciate that. Mr. Andrews, quick question for you. You said you forewent the deeper samples because there wasn't any higher concentrations the deeper you went. But can you pull up the chart again, please? Is Kayla back there? And I thought I saw that U234 was higher. The concentration was higher as it went deeper.
Let's take a quick look. Yeah.
I want to confirm that and see if there's any others.
Any others that jumped up there? Let's go back here. U234. You are correct. We had a maximum concentration that was a little bit higher there. That is a correct catch there.
Okay.
So I appreciate that.
Okay. And then, well, I don't know what that means as far as the appropriateness of stopping that deeper testing, because it's kind of bothersome that there's some contamination that far down anyway, although we would hear that it's not that much risk. But if the idea is to figure out, the inventory of contamination, I think we should keep on going further down. Where did you find that sample?
That specific sample, I'd have to go back into the data and pull that out as far as the database goes.
Okay.
I could look at that and probably get an answer in the future, but I don't know.
Are these the samples that are being separated into triplicate and given to the citizens also? Is that what your samples are being?
Yeah, this is a different sampling protocol than we talked about last council meeting. We have a protocol for the trail system.
Yeah.
And this is for the Parkway, which are two separate independent projects. We do have a sample that we are maintaining in the lab at this point that has not been processed, and currently it's just maintained in the lab.
Okay. Thanks. That's all the questions I had for you.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Urbina, thank you for your presentation. I had put a note in here that I always noticed that the citizens always critique the CDPHE studies, but we never really see the CDPHE or any health officials kind of critique the studies from like Jensen at Metro State. And you kind of went through that. So I appreciate you calling attention to that. But I am curious about how these models and statistics were built, and more, I guess, instead of just, it's so complicated, so it would take forever. But when were they built? When were these statistical models that say that this is your excess cancer risk? When were those developed?
I'm going to refer that question to Ms. Opila. My memory of that is that those were done by the study group that was assigned to document and close the refuge. It was a collaborative effort between citizens, CDPHE, the EPA, DOE, but I don't remember the exact date that those models were created.
Okay. Yeah, could you?
So I guess I'd like a clarifying question. Which model are you exactly? Are you talking about the circular risk range, or are you speaking about risk assessment modeling in particular?
Yeah, all of it, really. Yeah.
Okay, well, it is a complicated question, as you have alluded to, but risk assessments are done through complex modeling programs that are constantly being updated and developed through a lot of different academic institutions, including national laboratories. So at CDPHE, when we do risk assessment, particularly for radionuclide exposure, we use a program called ResRad, where it's a computer modeling program where you look at the contamination that you have, whether it's in the surface, whether it's in the groundwater, and then you look at what are the exposure scenarios. So are you going to have a farmer that is going to be digging in surface contamination and growing things and then eating it? Do you have a farmer who's going to be using groundwater as drinking water, for example? And then you take all of those exposures together, or the computer model does, along with the amount of contamination that you have, the type of contamination you have, as Chris alluded to, you have alpha, beta versus gamma type contamination. And then it essentially determines the risk to that particular individual. In this case, the scenario I described was a farmer. When the risk assessments were done for the Rocky Flats Refuge, for example, we would have been looking at surface contamination and how a refuge worker would be exposed to that surface contamination. So they're going to be in a backhoe, for example, and they're going to be digging in it, and they might inhale it. They might get it on their boots. Therefore, they might ingest it. And so that would be and then again, we would plug all of that into this computer modeling program to determine, what the risk would be.
So,
yeah.
How do you determine the farmer that's out on the backhoe? How do you determine what those kinds of situations actually determine risk? Where do you get your baseline number?
That's done mostly through guidance, federal guidance.
I mean, is
So-
it based on, you have to base it on some kind of reality or some kind of study?
Sure. Which, there are professional risk assessors, which I am not one, but they basically publish guidance, federal guidance mostly, to determine, what kind of exposure scenarios, what numbers you would put in for particular exposure scenarios.
Because there have been people that have said that just one particle can be ingested and it can radiate emissions forever and almost guarantee some kind of cancer.
Okay,
But
so
that's in dispute.
That's a different question. We are not disputing that.
Oh.
What I've talked about here is that plutonium is just like any other carcinogen, where if you have a low risk, or I'm sorry, if you have a small exposure, even if you have a small exposure, you can develop cancer from that. However, the risk of that is lower depending on how low your exposure is. So, any carcinogen, whether it be radon, whether it be benzene, whether it be plutonium, all present you with that same carcinogen risk, because that's just the way that carcinogens work. They create cancer in ways that, we don't necessarily understand. There's not a lower level that says you're going to get cancer and you're not going to get cancer. However, the risk does decrease depending on the amount of exposure that you get. Now, so, it's scientific, like I said in my comments, it's scientifically impossible with carcinogens to say that there is a zero risk.
Sure.
Okay. So you have to, what happened at Rocky Flats for the Refuge and the Parkway was it was determined that it was below what the federal government has set in the CERCLA as the CERCLA risk, the cleanup risk.
Yeah, and I really am curious how they set those kinds of limits and when those were set. Those must have been
I would
decades
love
ago.
for you to have the EPA here
But
to
yeah,
speak
you're
about
not,
that.
You're not on that committee.
So,
Okay, so
and I
guess
don't know if anyone from the EPA is here.
they're not going to tell you.
I would love for you to have them join you for that discussion.
Is that Dr. Wood?
Hang on.
Why don't we invite you up later, whoever you are? I'm not sure who that is. So the last question for you is, we've got models that talk about farmers and workers out on the site, but what about the downwinders and highway construction? Has there been a model or has there been statistics that have been done around that specifically? And not just kind of intuitively, we can add this and that and come up with a guess, but...
So my understanding of the risk assessments that were done for the Parkway and the Refuge included items such as construction of the Parkway, because that was what was determined to be the risk, or I'm sorry, the use for that area. Now, when you speak of downwinders, I talked about our cancer studies that talked about how our cancer studies have shown in the past that there was not an increased cancer risk for people who lived near the plant. However, like we have heard, there are going to be some there is some interest in doing additional studies, and we are going to be working with the downwinders and other groups on those studies.
Okay. Thanks very much. My time is up. These things just blow your mind, and it's so hard to keep track of. But the thing that I always keep on coming back to is that there's reasonable people on both sides of this issue. So I really appreciate you being here, and I look forward to hearing the citizens next. Thanks.
Councilmember Castriana.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you for coming, Ms. Opia. And I know that I sent some questions for the CDPHE.
Yes, ma'am, and I did receive them.
You did. When did you get them?
I received them yesterday when they were sent to me.
Because I sent them to our health department about a month ago.
Oh, yes.
That's interesting. Okay, so it took a while to get to you. So you haven't had a chance?
I did speak with the health department last week. They had provided me with some general guidelines of what kind of questions the council might have, but I received your specific questions when you sent them to me.
So you haven't had a chance to really answer them yet?
I have looked at them, and I think that we could handle this in a number of different ways. But if you would like to highlight which ones you would like me to address.
Oh, all of them. But in the interest of time, I don't know. There's 19 of them.
Sure. I could try to. I have some notes here. I could try to go through and try to give you some highlights.
Okay.
Would that work?
Yeah.
Okay, so a number of your concerns were with cancer clusters, and we've talked about, as I spoke about in my my remarks, you know, our cancer studies have shown that there was not an increased cancer risk. However, we are interested in working with the downwinders and other folks and continuing to collect data regarding increased risk of cancers or other diseases, as we really feel like you know, continuing to evaluate those concerns is important. And so we are committed to doing that as part of our public health mission. There's a number of questions about you know, whether or not, how standards were determined, and how the department's positions may have changed through the years. My general answer to that is that, you know, as I stated in my remarks, you know, the numbers, the cleanup numbers that were determined were set on, you know, the CERCLA standards, and you know, we support the idea that the Refuge and the Parkway, you know, the remaining contamination presents a low enough risk that they are suitable for those uses. And again, we cannot change history, but we're very interested at CDPHE of going forward with continuing to monitor, you know, cancer incidents and other data, including these Parkway sampling results, you know, to continue to monitor the situation. Let's see. You had a concern regarding that CDPHE takes funding from DOE to conduct our activities out at Rocky Flats. Again, our activities at Rocky Flats at this time are in regard to the central operable unit, not to the Refuge and to the Parkway, but into maintaining and doing oversight on DOE for the central operable unit. Yes, we do get a federal grant from DOE, but however, we pay our salaries, we hire our staff, we evaluate our staff's work. Our staff is accountable to our leadership, all the way up to Dr. Ryan, the head of the health department. So we do not believe that grant would impact our independent judgment. And this is no different than any other way that, you know, in American environmental law, we have a polluter pays principle, so that, you know, if you had a Suncor, for example, you know, they would do the same thing. So let me see. We talked a little bit about you had a number of questions regarding the plutonium level that I mentioned in my opening remarks, and how that was a standard that was set previously, and that's the regulation 4.60 that I talked about in my opening remarks. As I said, we have determined that regulation does not apply from a legal standpoint, because the Parkway is not subject to the Radiation Control Act, because they are not a licensee. But outside of that, that standard is, you know, was promulgated back in the 70s, long before we had the thousands of soil samples that we currently have, you know, from the Refuge and the Parkway. And so, and there were some, excuse me, I want to say this absolutely correctly, but, you know, there were some risk assessments conducted in CDPHE later, after that standard was put into our regulations, that determined that value was ultra conservative. And so we stand by the 50 picocurie per gram cleanup, CERCLA cleanup level, and actually the levels in the maximum levels in both the Refuge and the Parkway are much below that, you know, the 50 picocuries. So we're talking 20 in the Refuge, 20 picocuries per gram, and then 8 as a maximum in the Parkway, with an average of, again, I want to get the numbers exactly correct. Thank you, 1.1, Chris. Yes, 1.1 average for the Refuge and 1.4 average for the Parkway. Let's see. And I think that might be about, did you have anything else in particular you'd like to ask me?
Yes, what if the current plutonium soil limits are found in the future to be too lax?
Yes, and that's a very good question. Again, you know, CDPHE remains, you know, committed to continuing to make sure that, you know, that these areas are protective of public health and environment. I can't, we make the best decisions we can, in the, when the cleanup was done for this site as well as today, based on the science and the information that we have. If that were to change, we would reevaluate.
Fair point. Well, I guess that's it for me. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Councilmember Schaaf.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll start with you, Ms. Opila. Thank you for being here, and,
Sure.
and thanks for being willing to answer our questions. I was going to look and make sure I have my notes all straight. So you were talking about there will always be residual contamination at the site. That statement gives me some concern.
Sure.
That there will always be residual contamination. From what we're seeing in our sampling, it is the amount of residual contamination is kind of all over the board.
Mm-hmm.
And so there's some that's concerning and some that's not so concerning. I'm curious how the levels of sampling found at the Rocky Flats or near Rocky Flats compared to samples collected in Colorado at other places outside of Denver metro area. And the reason I ask this is because there was a lot of indication that the samples that were found at Rocky Flats were comparable to the Denver metro region. But how about outside of the Denver metro region? How did those samples compare?
I'm going to have to apologize because I don't have those numbers with me right now, and I would not want to speak out of school, but I would be happy to follow up with you on that question.
Okay. That would be great. So the regulation of 40, I believe it was regulation 4060?
4.60 in the radiation regulations, the Colorado regulations pertaining to radiation control.
Great, thank you. And it sounded like you said the authority is not subject because the authority to construct Jefferson Parkway does not apply to the Jefferson Parkway Authority.
Yes.
Because they aren't licensed or regulated under the regulation 4.60.
They're not regulated under the Colorado Radiation Control Act, which is what is how the state, particularly CDPHE, regulates radioactive materials use in Colorado.
And can you tell me the rationalization for why they aren't regulated under that?
Yes. So they are not because the Refuge and the Parkway. First of all of the lands that were originally the Rocky Flats site, including the Refuge and the Parkway, were federal lands. Federal lands are not covered under the Colorado Radiation Control Act. The state does not have authority to license or register, which is how we regulate entities under the Radiation Control Act, federal entities. Additionally, the Refuge, today, the Refuge and the Parkway have been released from regulatory authority so that they have been deemed to be suitable for the uses of a Parkway and the Refuge. And so they are no longer under they are not under CDPHE authority of any kind. With the exception of the construction of the Parkway, as I said, would require a construction permit from air quality. So if
the Greenway as well as the Jefferson Parkway, if those were under that act, what would change with those construction projects?
Well, I wouldn't want to surmise if they would, but I can say that that regulation 4.60 we believe is outdated, and that because it was promulgated in the 70s and was ultra conservative before the cleanup of the Parkway and the Refuge, and before all of the sampling and all of the risk assessments that were done to determine that the Parkway and the Refuge were suitable for those uses.
Okay. I'll think a little bit more on that. Regarding the modeling that you spoke about, why doesn't the CDPHE prefer measurement of health impact over that modeling? I've talked with people that work in modeling, and it's not a perfect science, so I'm curious why there is a preference to that modeling as opposed to the health impacts that we're seeing that are measured.
I wouldn't say we have a preference, so I'm not exactly sure what you mean by that, because in addition to the risk assessment modeling that we've done, we have done studies of cancer incidence, which I believe is the public health impact that you're speaking of.
Okay. All right. So there isn't an over-reliance on that modeling as opposed to the studies.
No, we use the two hand in hand.
Okay. That's good to hear. And then I have one more question for you. Regarding the, let Let me just find it real quick. So regarding the study of workers, and there was the, I believe that included airborne plutonium, is that correct?
I'm sorry, because I was focused on information on the Refuge and the Parkway. I don't have the data on the study for the workers. However, it sounds like Dr. Urbina did include that in his comments, and perhaps he could answer those questions for you.
Okay, well, I do have a question regarding airborne plutonium in general. It sounds like there was some type of study that was done by CDPHE regarding airborne plutonium, and I'm wondering, I haven't seen that study show up anywhere, but I've heard that this exists. Do you know if that study on airborne plutonium exists?
I don't, but I'd be happy to follow up with you again on airborne plutonium studies that we have done, and on any questions that you have on the Rocky Flats workers study. Perfect. So I'd be happy to provide you with my information. You could ask your questions specifically, and we'd be happy to get you more information.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Including any documents that you might like.
Perfect. Thank you. Mayor, I'll take a pause, and I'll wait for other council members.
Okay. Does any other council members have any questions? Okay. If not, we're going to proceed with the presenters organized by Mr. Stafford. And first up is Jon Lipsky.
Mr. Mayor, may I approach? May
Absolutely.
I take just 1 minute to introduce this group of speakers, please?
Sure.
I don't know if we have the presentation projecting yet, but it was given to Eileen. Here it comes. Thank you. So I just wanted to introduce this by saying this is exactly as communicated in previous email. We have this group of speakers, with the exception of Dr. LeRoy Moore, who was not able to be here tonight, so I will present the topic that he was going to present on. So with that, I'll turn it over to Jon Lipsky. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Oh, and I'm sorry. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor and members of the council, for giving this group of people a chance to present their view to you tonight. I really appreciate that. So does Pat Mellon from our original request. Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
Greetings, Mr. Mayor, City Council, staff, and visitors. My name is Jon Lipsky, and I'm truly grateful that we are allowed to come out here tonight and talk to y'all. And the Rocky Flats Technical Group is available at your disposal. Just want to let you know that. Our group has over 300 years' experience in things Rocky Flats. I wanted to add something to my introduction. I have a handout for you, and but I've got a short time frame, and I want to be respectful of other people. In addition to being the affiant for the 2 search warrants at Rocky Flats in June of 1989, I also was recognized by a federal court judge as a subject matter expert witness in the Cook trial. And I do need to make a disclosure. Besides the time and content of my presentation, I'm also legally constrained from talking about certain classified materials, grand jury material, sources and techniques that comes with being a federal employee. Rocky Flat Superfund sites were not cleaned up. And the government chose a risk-based contractor-controlled determination without independent verification. My big concern is, I highly recommend you not fund the Parkway, but you'll see a little bit why I'm concerned about the workers. The workers that go out and do the construction, the people that live in the area, they're going to be susceptible to fugitive airborne contamination, and that has to be addressed. Next slide, please, Lane, or we don't have it. Okay. I broke this down into basically 3 epochs. I've got the pre-Rachel Carson, 1951 to 1970. You'll have to excuse me. It's flying by the seat of my pants. And the next one is the Atomic Energy Act versus RCRA. And then finally, the National Priority List, Superfund, and the dates. This is a collage of Rocky Flats overflight photographs from 1951 to 2015. In the pre-Rachel Carson era, the 1951 to 1970, or I also refer to it as deny the victim time, I'd like to start off with a 1952 comment from T.S. Chapman. He was the health physicist for Dow Chemical at Rocky Flats, and basically everything he said not to do, Rocky Flats did. Open ground burial, runoff to the streams, which affected this town, as we all know. And the one point on this page too is that radioactive sewer sludge was buried at Rocky Flats. That's a bone of contention later. These are Colorado aerial photographs. The top one is May 1969. The bottom one is April 1968. So the top one is less than 2 weeks after the Mother's Day fire. And I just have 4 yellow arrows pointing out that there was movement of materials being dispersed throughout Rocky Flat, or in these areas of Rocky Flats. 2 of them are unknown, meaning there is no SWMU or IHSS designation for them, but the 2 in the middle are the present landfill and the triangle, which are well known and documented. Up to about 1970, a guy named Wilging, he was a Dow Chemical guy, he gave testimony before the Joint Committee on Atomic Energy, and he was asked about the 1,400 drums of uranium that were buried at Rocky Flats, and his answer was our records were vague. So I'd like to focus on what the vague records were. And you can't go without showing the Cray-Hardy map. That was, or the isopleth, was to dispute Dr. Edward Martell and his studies with his group. And Cray and Hardy were Atomic Energy Commission physicists who came back and not only confirmed what Dr. Martell said, but it was worse. Some of the problems that are encapsulated with this photograph. This is a Rockwell photograph showing the contamination from the solar evaporation ponds. This was a confirmation in 1982. Those solar evaporation ponds leaked. They resurfaced in the North Walnut Creek, went to Walnut Creek, and then to your drinking water supply, which is well documented. So we've gone from solid waste to liquid waste. So I did this overflight on December 15th, 1988. We flew over Rocky Flats with infrared technology. This is a screen slide of pond B3 on South Walnut Creek. The upper or the middle left side shows the effluent from Building 995, the sewage treatment plant, and the upper right-hand corner shows the gas-powered pump spray irrigating at Rocky Flats. And the comments I wanted to make was this was 7 degrees F. At 10 p.m. at night, there was a snowstorm the day before, and there was snow on the ground, and Rocky Flats was spray irrigating. And Broomfield wondered why there was bypass into Walnut Creek. There is no reason other than they were oversaturating the area. This is a Rockwell photograph showing the gridded area that Rockwell demonstrated to the EPA that they weren't going to spray irrigate over the mound, the 903 area, the 881 hillside, or these trenches because of those ancient burial sites from the 50s and the 60s. But Rockwell did do that, and they pled guilty to it. Here's a picture of the spray irrigators. It was not unusual for them to spray irrigate the effluent from the sewage treatment plant. Again, a nominal name for a facility that moved 80 million gallons per year, and it was radioactive. Solar evaporation ponds were closed in 1985. The Colorado Department of Health, as it was known at the time, had closed it. There were several attempts to RCRA close it, in other words, get rid of it, and we are still living with it right now, the solar evaporation ponds, and they still leak, and they go into North Walnut Creek. The famous Pondcrete blocks. This is a picture of one on the 750 pad. The 750 pad had asphalt, no berm. It leaked into North Walnut Creek. And this is an example of how bad they collapsed, but they also leaked, the Pondcrete. Pondcrete was the sludge from the solar evaporation ponds, namely 207A. During my search, Broomfield decided that they wanted to divert Walnut Creek and went out and started to divert it, and EPA fines were looming. And I don't believe the city and county was fined, but just gives you an idea of the concern. This is, I think, an extremely interesting diagram, November of 1989. This is before the individual hazardous substance sites were designated. And if you'll look at the upper right-hand corner, that's either Solid Waste Management Unit 142.12, or later they were known as IHISs, 142.2. So in November of 1989, it shows up. It's a potential problem. That's why it's on this diagram. And then it magically disappears. And I don't have any coordinates, but it's awfully close to the row where the parkway would go. Here's another study, not computer generated. As you can tell, this is a CDPHE diagram. And these are basically 36 areas of concern that CDPHE raised with Rocky Flats, or RFETs at the time. They keep changing their name. And I did an analysis of it, and 14 of the 36, there was no further investigation, nothing. And also there were areas of concern, or areas of interest. And there were 74 areas of interest, and 25, there's no public resolution to the concerns that the CDPHE had. Under that photograph, there's a mention of MARSIM, and it's called Multi-Agency Radiation Survey and Site Investigation Manual. And like I said, this was a contractor-controlled cleanup, or action, or inaction. And MARSIM was not applied. It was suggested, it was looked into, and ORISE, Oak Ridge Institute of Science and Education, did do some MARSIM follow-up, and they found that the contractor had not only not calibrated equipment, but there were 10 areas of the 903 lip area that had elevated gamma radiation. 13 samples exceeded the maximum hotspot criteria of 150 picocuries per gram. Granted, it was on the industrial area, but the stuff moves. The migration of contaminants happens. Getting close. This is a DOE diagram showing the remaining infrastructure at Rocky Flats in the industrial area. Tunnels, pits, landfills, the solar ponds, the footprints of them. There's quite a bit of things, two landfills. I have some recommendations I'd like to follow up on. The picture was given me by a young woman who went to Family Day at Rocky Flats during the cleanup. And I did not include her name, but I don't think it should have ever happened. Please resist funding the Jefferson County Parkway. The row is contaminated. There's no protection in place right now. We heard overtures that there would be air monitors, but there should have always been air monitors during the cleanup, and I don't think there were, at least off-site. The construction workers, they have to be protected. They have to be given guidance. They have to be able to have full personnel protection equipment if they need it. And I don't know that Broomfield legislates that at all. That plume pond, A5, that I showed you in the north right-hand corner, looks like it's pretty close to the Jefferson County Parkway proposed construction. We need an independent verification of Rocky Flats contamination prior to construction of not only the Parkway, the Greenway, and the Refuge amenities. I recommend legislating a Broomfield land development regulation for radiation. During the 2015 Walnut Creek culvert repair at Indiana Street, there was no soil sampling. I know this because I asked David Allen at the time, and he said no, there wasn't any. A perfect opportunity to get some soil sampling. And that was in regards to your resolution number 2015-95. CDPHE radiation standard of 50 picocuries per gram is too permissive. The Clean Air Act standard of 10 millirems per year should be the standard, and that's designed for a DOE facility or a non-DOE facility. And why we have the 25 millirem per year, I don't know. Make public all Broomfield water sampling data from Walnut Creek at Rocky Flats. You all have a water sampler, and if I want any information, which I've asked for, it was going to cost me $900 with a Cora bill. I think it ought to be public. And then finally, hopefully I didn't go over too long. You'll notice this diagram that DOE drew. It shows the plutonium in green that's above 9.8 picocuries per gram, but I don't see one up in the upper right-hand corner.
I know.
And I did email you all a few months ago with an americium isopleth, and there's americium out there too, and that isopleth diagram basically was just covered blue. The whole place has americium, according to that Creeding model. But stop the Rocky Flats terminal pond breach, one that's scheduled up until about 2020, planned by US DOE. Now, I did the remedial investigation feasibility study research for the analysis of plutonium 239-240 that was sampled for these ponds that are going to be breached. And lo and behold, they're all 12 picocuries per gram of plutonium 239. But also too, A5 up in the northwest corner, 12 picocuries per gram. And I say that because, you know, the namesake for this building stopped the terminal breach pond in 2010. You guys have a lot of power. You really do. You've stopped DOE. You've been able to make some sense of what they're doing and not doing. And I really think it ought to be looked at and not forgotten. And I say that with authority because you all are part of the coalition of the Rocky Flats National Wildlife Refuge Act, Public Law 107-107. And it says that you have a part in the comprehensive planning at the refuge. And I think asserting that would help move in the right direction. It has to be the precautionary principle, I believe. And I thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. That was 16 minutes you got.
Thank you, John. There is no greater authority on the history of Rocky Flats contamination releases into the environment than Jon Lipsky. So I'm going to talk about the history of the 50 picocurie per gram soil action level determination process. If we could go to the next slide, please. The man behind the curtain, the woman behind the curtain. One more, please. Keep going. Next slide, please. Okay. This is straight out of Dr. LeRoy Moore's recently published book called Plutonium and People Don't Mix. This book was just published last month. It's available on Amazon. This is from Chapter 7. In 1994, the DOE created a Rocky Flats Future Site Use Working Group, which in the next year, 1995, June, recommended cleaning the site to background level, if ever that was technologically and economically possible. In January, 6 months later of 1996, the Department of Energy rejected its own working group's recommendation because that was not required by law. And by the way, LeRoy Moore was a firsthand participant in all these working groups. So he's writing from his memory from being there. In July 1996, the Rocky Flats Cleanup Agreement set the initial soil standard at 651 picocuries per gram, which caused a public outrage, which caused the Department of Energy to create yet another group, the Rocky Flats Soil Action Level Oversight Panel, RSALOP. That was established in 1998. They hired Risk Assessment Corporation as a contractor to work for them for a couple of years, and then in 2000, February of 2000, that oversight panel recommended 35 picocuries per gram. But they were working against a stipulation from DOE that whatever soil action level they came up with had to allow, through these exposure scenarios, an annual dose for any individual of 15 millirem per year. And I'll come back to why that annual dose was in the picture. Next slide, please. So in 2001 or so, a wildlife refuge worker was chosen as the exposure scenario to protect under CERCLA in the future site usage scenario. And importantly, a downwind citizen of a parkway construction project was not chosen or even considered as a future site usage scenario where that downwind citizen needed to be protected. Well, according to LeRoy Moore, in June of 2001, a DOE official named Joe Legari stated that several years prior, Congress had capped the cleanup budget at 7-something million, and that was the original derivation of that 15 millirem per year dosage. That the soil couldn't be made any cleaner because of budgetary reasons. So in November of 2002, the DOE set the Rocky Flats Cleanup Agreement revision standard of 50 picocuries per gram, which was higher than the 35 that the previously established group had recommended. Next slide, please. So in summary, the 50 picocurie per gram soil action level was reverse engineered from the cleanup budget through a presumed safe annual individual exposure. And the DOE ignored the recommendations of 2 local working groups and oversight panels that it itself created and funded. And the future site use scenario used in the process did not consider residents downwind of a major highway construction project at the site. It only considered a wildlife refuge worker. Next slide, please. And I want to close this section with a quote from Dr. Edward Martell. This was under oath in a trial in 1978. It's in a film called Decision at Rocky Flats. He said, and you know who Edward Martell was. He was the guy who did the first soil test at Rocky Flats. He was a PhD radiochemist who studied the effects of nuclear bomb tests on Pacific Islanders. Very knowledgeable guy. He said, I hear no discussion of revising plutonium standards downward because I think it would be rather difficult for Rocky Flats or the nuclear technology or nuclear energy industries to live with a plutonium standard that is only 10% or only 1% of their present standard. And so there's going to be a lot of resistance to a reduction of these standards as long as standard setting is in the hands of the vested interest community, which it still is. Thank you. Our next speaker is Dr. Harvey Nichols.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm Harvey Nichols. I'm emeritus professor of biology at the University of Colorado, speaking as a private citizen. I became acquainted with Rocky Flats 45 years ago when in 1974 DOE came to my lab and said, would I please do an airborne particle study at the site? And that opened my eyes to what was out there. Plutonium is everywhere out there, of course, because of their operations, and including the fact that I found that they were emitting on a daily basis tiny quantities of very small particles of plutonium all over the site. The significance of that is that a tiny particle, as Dr. Tom Hay of Columbia University has established, is capable of establishing tumors in the human body. There's no doubt about that. So we've heard the numbers, by the way, on the site, which I studied the refuge primarily, but also my study went over into Indiana Street. And the numbers, particularly on the refuge, were extrapolated from my real-time studies under the microscope and using the reactor in Denver, the numbers were literally astronomical, running to tens to even nearly 100 billion plutonium particles per acre laid down over the 40 years of operation. So that has merged over onto Indiana, and we've heard tonight earlier from the analytics professional about that, and Dr. Ketchel will talk more about his studies in that area. There's no doubt that plutonium is in that Indiana Street area, and remember, it only takes a tiny particle which will be raised by the dust of construction. And when you think that the half-life of plutonium, perhaps you've heard this previously, is 24,000 years plus, that means infinity, effectively. That means once the plutonium gets into the genome of this area, into the community, it's there forever. The toothpaste cannot be put back into the tube. So some of the things that I've noticed about the health department, and I've just forgotten to switch on my little kitchen timer, so you'll have to tell me when I come to 5 minutes so I can give my other colleagues some room here. But I noticed that the health department never, in all their commentaries, never mentions multi-generational effects. And I just have a commentary from an old college friend in England, a professor, who's working with children from the Chernobyl area who are third-generation children who are still being poisoned, and they're coming down with excessive numbers of thyroid cancer, for instance, and other diseases. That shows that the potential for that degree of contamination in the environment can go on giving and giving and giving for a very, very long time. There's no mention also from the health department of the possibility of epigenetic effects, where I just received a commentary from the NIH, from Dr. Francis Collins today, saying they just discovered, to their great surprise, just published in Science, that all of us seem to have little pockets of genetic mutations that are apparently primed and ready to kick off into cancer. This totally surprised them. And it means that environmental insults, such as you get at Rocky Flats from low-level chronic radiation exposure, can produce cancers very unexpectedly. So there's a lot of complexity here, and we should not accept reassurances, because if I can dramatize for a moment, plutonium was designed, created to kill people. If we don't control it now and for many, many, many generations, it will do the nasty job it was created to do. When the road construction dust is raised, the workers, it's been mentioned previously, the workers will be at risk. The comment that they will be protected, they'll be warned, there will be dust suppression activities, there will be air sampling. This has to be looked at very, very critically. For instance, there is no air sampling equipment that I know of, or that Dr. Gail Biggs, meteorologist, knows of, that's capable of sampling the microscopic particles down at the level even below a micron, if you know what that is, down below the level of a wavelength of light, that can be sampled successfully in the field. So that by not finding, as they repeatedly do, when the air samplers are in operation, they didn't find evidence of tiny plutonium particles suitable for inhalation. It's because the equipment was not capable of detecting it. So finally, I'd say that the health department needs a devil's advocate, somebody to shake them up, to say, okay, look at your belief, think out of the box, think of Murphy's Law, think of long, long term and what we may discover, because the medical science is developing very rapidly in this area. For goodness sake, be cautious. I highly recommend that you not go ahead with funding this construction. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Yep. Could we please advance the slides to the next section? And one more. And one more. Thank you. So now I'd like to just summarize the research that I did into all known past studies of off-site soil contamination and public health impact while preparing for my position paper for the Jefferson Parkway Advisory Committee. This is a diagram I put together. The letter indicates who did the study and the location of the sample. The color indicates the multiple of background from the sample at that location. And I know that there are different numbers used for background radiation. I have my favorite. It was the one that Dr. Edward Martell first measured at Boyd Lake in Loveland, Colorado in 1970. So the individual studies themselves that are diagrammed here are all summarized in my position paper, which I know you've seen, and that position paper contains links to the actual source studies themselves if you want to go read them. So I don't really want to say much more about this other than the high spot on this diagram is right above the old East Gate access road. CDPHE's own data shows a reading that, well, it shows a plutonium isopleth there of 10 picocuries per gram, which is, that isopleth is very close to the Parkway right-of-way, and 10 picocuries per gram using Dr. Edward Martell's background number is about 512 times background radiation. Next slide, please. This passage is from CDOT's own Northwest Corridor Transportation and Engineering Planning Study, which was published in 2008. It was basically an aborted NEPA environmental impact statement study that when they ran out of money. It says, this is CDOT's own language, plutonium concentrations in surface soil in the vicinity of the Indiana Street range from less than 0.2 picocuries per gram to 10 picocuries per gram. However, one of the things that really strikes me about the Jefferson Parkway is that this concern about the contamination was not given any weighting whatsoever in the alternative selection process in the Northwest Corridor Transportation and Environment Planning Study that JPPHA cites. They always cite 73 alternatives, and we came up with this one, but the contamination was not even weighted in the selection process. And of course, we know that this vicinity was not remediated at all in the Rocky Flats Cleanup Project. The corrective active decision record of decision documents very clearly state that. That whatever was in this soil that got there by ways Jon Lipsky described is still there, except to the extent that it's been moved by animals, humans, or the elements. Next slide, please. Here's a table of public health impact studies. Dr. Urbina cited some of these. I've got some extra ones. Carl Johnson's study was the only study that was ever published in a peer-reviewed medical journal. There was an expert witness in Church vs. United States named Stephen Chin who did a multiple regression analysis and found that the direction and distance from the plant were the most important factors in the increased cancer incidence. There's only been 6 of these studies in the history of Rocky Flats, and some of them are hard to find. Next slide, please. Dr. Urbina already talked about Kenny Crump's study. Importantly, Kenny Crump worked for the Inhalation Toxicology Research Institute, which was part of the Lovelace Lab, which was a longtime AEC and DOE contractor. And he actually replicated Carl Johnson's results, and then he applied this urbanization adjustment, which negated Carl Johnson and Stephen Chin's findings. And that quote-unquote urbanization adjustment was later heavily criticized by an expert witness in Cook v. Rockwell named Richard Clapp, who was a very qualified epidemiologist and former head of the Massachusetts Cancer Registry. So you see Clapp's studies there. Again, all of these are in my position paper with links to the actual source studies themselves. Next slide, please. The CDPHE studies, which Ms. Opila cited, have a major methodological flaw, which is that they considered areas like Thornton, east of I-25, and Boulder County areas north of Highway 36 to be nearby Rocky Flats. And so whatever cancer incidence was around the Stanley Lake area, whatever increased cancer incidence may have been around the Stanley Lake area, was diluted by considering those far-flung areas to also be nearby. I actually asked Mike Van Dyke, who at CDPHE, who was responsible for these studies currently, why those areas were considered to be nearby Rocky Flats. And his answer was, I don't know. You'd have to ask the original study designer. There's a lot farther out areas than I personally would have chosen. So keep in mind also that those CDPHE studies were funded by a DOE grant. It says so right in the introductory pages of the study. And we've already talked about the Rocky Flats Downwinder study. So next slide, please. I'd like to go back to a quote from Dr. Carl Johnson, also in that 1978 trial in the Decision at Rocky Flats documentary. He says, I felt that to put people in this area, meaning new neighborhoods that were being considered around Rocky Flats, known to be contaminated, would significantly increase their risk of leukemia, cancer, birth defects, and also the rate of general ill health due to chromosome injury. Dr. Johnson held an MD and MPH, was a colonel in the Army Reserve, and was the Jefferson County Public Health Director for about a decade in the late 70s, early 80s. Thank you. Our next speaker is Tiffany Hansen.
Okay, got about 15 minutes.
I'll make this quick since a lot of the Downwinder's health study has already been discussed, and there's handouts that will explain more about the study. My name's Tiffany Hansen. I am director and co-founder of Rocky Flats Downwinders, a nonprofit organization advocating on behalf of people who have been negatively impacted by living downwind from Rocky Flats. I found out I lived near Rocky Flats just in 2014, and I read Kristen Iverson's book, Full Body Burden. I used then the internet to reach out and see if I could connect with other people that grew up in the area that were concerned about health issues, which I did. I found a Facebook page that was already up and running that I eventually took over, and I also found classmates and people that were concerned and ill. I did not, however, find current health studies that helped me understand and explain the health of the community that seemed to be reporting high rates of illnesses. So I reached out to universities. Metropolitan State University was grateful, or I was grateful that Metropolitan State Integrative Health Department was agreed to launch a health survey for us on May 17, 2016. It became live and initially included a certain area that didn't include Broomfield and was looking at the the years 1952 to 1992. There was a preliminary analysis of those findings that has been discussed tonight in some ways. After Carol Jensen was the study's investigator. She was contacted by people in the community, people from Broomfield. She actually was a Broomfield resident herself. And the community wanted Broomfield to be included in the study. So they asked the Human Subject Committee at Metro to revise the study to include a larger geographical area and larger years. So we were looking from 1952 to the present, and then also including a larger geographical area. As it's been discussed, in 2018, after some 5,000 downwinders submitted their health information to the MSU study, it was closed without notice or explanation to us. So we are now in the process of working with members of our community to have a community-driven health survey so we can again start to once again document the health concerns of people who live near the plant. For me, I've been concerned because I have been continuing to hear from younger people who live near the plant now, and many people who grew up in the 1990s and the 2000s who moved into the area after the plant closed that are concerned that their health problems might be related to Rocky Flats. So I would say, why risk the public health ramifications for a parkway if we do not know the human health impacts of living near Rocky Flats now before any additional disruption that highway construction would bring? So I'd like to close with the story of a young woman who reached out to me just 2 weeks ago, and she actually came today. I have Brittany Kelly that came to support me because she reached out to me 2 weeks ago after being diagnosed with breast cancer as a young woman, 35. And she's been diagnosed with triple negative grade 3 IDC, which is the most difficult type of breast cancer to treat. And she actually just started her treatment today, but she felt this was important enough that she wanted to come here and be here tonight. What really concerned Brittany, and one of the reasons why she reached out to Rocky Flats Downwinders, is because her sister was also diagnosed with breast cancer at 25, and they both grew up in the Superior, Broomfield area. They had no other family history other than each other, and they don't have any genetic mutations. So breast cancer in young women is a rare cancer, and that's something I didn't know about. When we looked at the Metro study, we didn't include young women breast cancer as looking for rare cancers because it wasn't connected with age. We just looked at breast cancer specifically. So after Brittany reached out to me, I put a post on our social media on Facebook, and within 24 hours, I heard from 7 other women who grew up in this area who are young breast cancer survivors, women under 40. Okay, and then within several days after that, I now have 13 young women, many who are from this area, from Broomfield, who either lived in Broomfield or the surrounding areas, Superior, and they've asked that I include their name in my conversation tonight. So Rihanna Kilborn, Gianna Railsbeck, these are all women with young breast cancer, under 40. Nicole Hunter, Michelle Zephyr, Kelly Wilborn, Megan Nelson, Hannah Clark, Casey Cross, Courtney Kelly, which is Brittany's sister, Jen Green, Jessica Burbaker, and these are just people that have just reached out over a social media post. So I can't imagine what the actual health of the community is like if we were to look at it in a more scientific way than just relying on a social media post. So for those people, for those women and people like Brittany who are fighting for their lives, I ask that you would please vote no on any additional financing for the Jefferson County Parkway, and to actually take it a step further to be a part of the solution instead of part of the problem, and ask that our health department administer a comprehensive community health study to scientifically study the health of our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Gail Biggs.
Could we please advance the slides to Gail Biggs' section?
Thank you for letting me come to see you, talk to you tonight. I appreciate it very much. My name is Dr. Gail Biggs, and I have first went to Rocky Flats in 1974. But anyway, in 1994 I had cancer. The Colorado Health Department, now the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment, conducted a study about 2.5 decades ago that found that the most dangerous emissions from Rocky Flats were the airborne emissions. I recently tried to establish a copy of this document, but CPA would not give it to me. CDPHE, would not give it to me. Plutonium-239, an airborne emission, when breathed into the body, stays in the body for the rest of a person's life. It tends to concentrate in the lungs, liver, brain, bones, and reproductive system of the person who inhaled it. With a half-life of 24,110 years, it continuously emits alpha particles into the same area of the body over the life of a person. Eventually, it can cause cancer or other ailments. Plutonium is also one of the most toxic metals known. A Columbia University study done by Tom Hill found that a single plutonium alpha particle induces mutations in mammal cells. But neither CDPHE nor EPA have airborne studies or airborne monitors for plutonium-239 at Rocky Flats. In addition, DOE does not allow on-site monitoring. In 1989, Governor LeRoy Moore formed a scientific committee, of which I was chairman of the scientific panel. I was then the chairman of the Air Committee, which found that plutonium was widely spread over Rocky Flats. And the workers were very candid with us when we would ask them questions. Due to the poor management at Rocky Flats, the radioactive waste containers were not properly dumped. So workers, in order to meet their production requirements, would take waste plutonium, dump it or bury it out on the ground on the site. And attached to this document is a copy of a Rocky Flats worker reviewing the, could we go 2 pages forward? Yes, that one. Is a copy of a Rocky Flats worker reviewing the conditions of the exhaust systems on building 771. Please note that the last sentence in the upper of the 2 comment sections, for 31 years, the main exhaust flume was a storage dump station for production. So they just took the plutonium up, dumped it into the flue, and it went blowing out into the air. let's see. And attached to this, and he also found that the equipment was inadequate, and if you read the comments, they were very destructive too, as far as. In late 1974, Dr. Carl Johnson sought his option, took an option about whether the commissioners should permit a new housing development on land just east of Rocky Flats. Johnson developed an innovative method of sampling respirable dust, part of which was involved using a clean brush, clean plastic container to contain surface dust. After sampling at 25 locations, he found plutonium concentrations, on average, 44 times greater than what had previously been measured at the same locations by the Colorado Department of Health. He was using their standard method, using their standard method of whole soil sampling rather than collecting dust. Several of the readings exceeded previous ones by 100 times or more, and one of the readings by 285 times what CDPHE measured. Attached is a copy showing the, if I have the next slide, please. This next slide shows the high-volume sampler that was used by Health Department to measure dust. And the left side shows the size of particles. The bottom thing goes from about 0.001 to 100 micrometers in size. You see that what was dispersed out of the plants were not measured at all by the high-volume sampler, and that settled onto the dust was picked up by the wind, and Rocky Flats was a very windy place. Is listed as the attached plutonium, and you only see a few of those particles were measured.
I know.
So, in 1989, Rocky Flats was raided by the FBI, and the gentleman.
Yep, we're actually at the 45-minute time that was originally.
I'm sorry, then, yes. The only other thing I would like to say then was that in a letter that the workman working on the Manhattan Project sent to President Truman was asked that he never use the bomb except in a war. A treaty was also signed in the early 1980s to ban testing of the bomb in the air, water, and space due to the dangerous effects of plutonium on the population. Even the USSR, which is now known as Russia, signed this agreement. So,
all right, thank you.
Mayor Ahrens, may I please ask for extra time for Dr. Michael Ketterer and Pat Mellon, since they came here tonight to present to you?
Sure, I know where the people just go over a little bit.
Thank you very much.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, councilors. I'm Michael Ketterer. I'm Professor Emeritus of Chemistry and Biochemistry at Northern Arizona University. I do live locally, and I'm also part-time faculty at University of Denver. And my research area is I study plutonium in the environment, and I am interested in its source and fate and transport. And I work at one lab at Northern Arizona University, and we're setting up a second lab at University of Denver that's actually licensed with CDPHE. Topic of current interest, which we've heard a little bit about tonight, is these hot particles. What I mean by that is a particle of pure plutonium dioxide, essentially. These are created in fires. They're chemically inert. They're essentially completely insoluble. And they range from a few microns down to sub-micron nano size. They're present in soil at the Refuge. They're present in the Parkway route. and they're also present east of Indiana. In my own work, early work that I did about 15 years ago, I found a particle that was on the order of 2 to 3 microns on City of Westminster property to the east of the Refuge. This is in the respirable range, and this calculates to be decaying at a rate of about 0.4 decompositions per second. So that you breathe that into your lungs, you have a spot that is producing tens of thousands of alpha decays in that localized tissue every day. And it's in there as long as you live, until you expel it or expectorate it. So the parkway is full of these particles. This is the most bizarre thing that I've heard from CDPHE tonight about why the standard of 2 dpm per gram does not apply. I can't make any sense of that. Finally, I'll just circle back to the parkway. In the interest of studying these particles, I've been trying to secure additional soil samples to work with, and I asked specifically the JPPHA for permission to acquire 4 buckets of soil from the parkway route. And I just got a letter yesterday saying, no, we won't let you do that. And that's bizarre also, I'd have to say. With all due respect, we can't have 4 buckets of soil to study this. I don't get it. Thank you.
Well, I will say that your letter also talked about you were going to do it with hemp studies. So I'm not sure what exactly the purpose was.
The
of
rationale
hemp studies.
for that was detailed in the letter.
I just want people to know in context, that was a letter sent to JPHE. You were talking about doing hemp studies. Next speaker.
Good evening. I know it's late. I know we've been here a while. My name's Pat Mellon. I'm an attorney, an environmental attorney here. I've spoken before this group before. I'm not your average attorney. I don't love the sound of my voice, and I didn't bring any slides. I also my duty here is to put a bow around all of this and make it make sense. I also have an engineering degree from the University of Michigan. I'm an industrial and operations engineer for the first 20 years of my career. I also have a master's in investigative journalism from the University of Missouri. So I'm pretty nuts and bolts. The question tonight is, do you feel comfortable digging that highway? What you've heard tonight is a lot of conversation, a lot of debate back and forth about how dangerous plutonium is. We all agree it's not a good thing. Plutonium got out there in that soil 3 different ways. People put it there through the normal operations, and there's a lot of plutonium and other contaminants left in the industrial area that remains a Superfund site, not part of this conversation. The second way is materials that sort of ended up on the surface, whether it was fires or spray fields or runoff from the 903 pads. There is stuff on the surface, and that's what you hear about when you talk about sampling. So they don't really know what's out there. They're trying to estimate it based on math. And as a lawyer who knows math, when I hear a lot of statistics being used to explain things, my radar goes up. What that tells me is that they're trying to explain something that they don't know in a way that will make people comfortable. The other way that things got out there is what I have been working on for the last 2 years of my life. Stuff got buried out there. Stuff got buried out there, and there aren't records of it that are available to the public. I represent 6 different community organizations that are seeking the release of the grand jury records. The way the cleanup project was done, and you heard some references to it tonight, is that the cleanup contractor identified about 200 places, all of them now still on the Superfund site, based on interviewing people, looking at records, and looking at process sheets. When you hear about thousands of samples, those thousands of samples were taken on the Superfund site, because the process was sample a bunch. Do we like the answer? No. Do some more cleanup. Sample a bunch. Do we like the answer? No. Do it again. The samples that cleared the refuge were 5 samples for every 30 acres. Now, what got buried out there were things like barrels, so a 55-gallon drum of transuranic waste. Materials are sludge from sewage treatment, sludge from the ponds that was scraped. It got buried in trenches, it got buried in hollows, it got buried in places that people want to forget about. And so my concern isn't so much for the surface dust, because we've talked about it a lot and we've tried to quantify it a lot. My concern is for and when I sit with lawyers who talk about this, our concern is for the poor guy with the backhoe that puts that shovel into a barrel that isn't 8 inches underground, it's 5 feet underground. And none of the sampling that anyone has ever done would ever know it was there. And so our concern about why we think that the grand jury documents need to be released before this project goes forward is because when that happens, if and when that happens, we're going to be looking at a situation like Hanford, where they've had barrels explode, and it isn't going to be one particle in one worker's lung. It is going to be a catastrophe for this area. And so our concern is not only about the surface soil. It is about what got left underground that we don't know about. And so what you hear from us is the fact that while everyone says that it's safe for unlimited use and unrestricted exposure, that is a surface determination based solely on a wildlife refuge worker running around in a four-wheeler. It is not about digging caissons to build a freeway. It is not about digging below 8 inches, which is what your current soil sampling is telling you. And so I can't tell you what's out there. I hope I'm not around when they find out that it's not what you expected. So when I hear that $7 billion in 10 years sounds like a lot until you realize that the original budget was 65 years and $37 billion. And what Randy told you was right. They backed into that the standard because Congress said that's all the money you're getting. Rocky Flats was one of the first cleanups. We didn't know what we were dealing with. We didn't have a model to use. And they said that's all the money we have because we have other sites to worry about that are bigger and worse off than you. And so in closing, all of us would just urge you that until we know more, this is irresponsible. We want to just make sure that nothing on the scale that we are talking about is going to go wrong, and we don't hear any fallback safeguards. We don't, I sat with the assistant director of legacy management at DOE in May in Washington, D.C., and he looked at me when I said, "What are you going to do when the Parkway finds a barrel?" First of all, he said, "What Parkway?" And then he said, "Well, I guess we're going to have to figure that out." I don't think any of us want that to be the answer. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. That completes presentation by Mr. Stafford's group. And we'll start with Councilmember Castriota. Had her hand up first.
Thank you very much, Mayor, and thank you to all of the presenters who took time out to present this information. I really appreciate your engagement. We received countless emails against supporting the funding for this project, and I can only recall one email that was in favor of the project. I was recently contacted by a Broomfield resident, 87-year-old Bud, who was a former machinist at Rocky Flats from 1963 to 1974. He thought this parkway plan is ridiculous and wanted us to know about his experiences. Accidents were frequently covered up, and injured workers were moved to desk jobs to avoid missed work penalties. Dow Chemical received monetary bonuses for days without accidents, so they also gave their employees incentives for safety records. One of the rewards for not having accidents was gifts of Corningware. He said His fellow workers would not report accidents so they could receive the free gifts. He called it bribery. Accidents didn't get reported. He also told me that even though the workers were frequently checked for radiation, they were always less than background, kind of like the reports we keep getting. He said many of his former coworkers have already died of cancer. So Corningware was all it took to buy the impacted workers' silence. What would it take to convince others to cover this up? So yes, I'm still skeptical. The 30% cancer risk, as just being a Coloradan, it doesn't make me feel better. It makes me want to move. So I really don't feel comfortable funding this project, and I really appreciate everyone that's helped educate me to this point. I'm really grateful. Thank you.
Is there anybody else that would like to speak? Councilmember Schaaf.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor. I want to make sure that council and the community gets a copy of all the handouts and slides that we saw tonight, or at least make those available for the community to see. I think there's a lot of important information there that I want to make sure that I get the chance to reference, as well as I want to be able to provide that to the community. So those of you that provided your slides, if you'll make sure that the staff has those before you're out of here tonight, that would be great. This conversation tonight is just part of the reason why we shouldn't move forward with the Jefferson Parkway. There are economic reasons, there's environmental reasons. The list goes on of why this project should not move forward. But there's a lot of caution that was posed by CDPHE, by Dr. Urbina, and the risk and caution continues with the studies that we've seen tonight. I'm curious from CDPHE, and perhaps this is another thing that you can follow up with, I was struck by there wasn't any public reports followed up on the 25 of 74 areas of interest. So I would love to hear what the rationale, why those weren't followed up on.
I apologize, can you question?
Yeah, so that's during Mr. Jon Lipsky's presentation. He mentioned that there were 25 of 74 areas of interest, and there was no public reports following up on those areas of interest. So we'd love to find out why that was. To staff, I'm curious of the suggestion to have a local land development regulation for radiation, and I would love to find out from staff if that's possible, what that would mean for us, and as well as the background on the terminal pod breach. This was mentioned that this was stopped before in 2010 by our staff, and I would love to learn more information about that. I guess I'll close with, there was a lot of great information provided tonight. I appreciate all of your time, all of your willingness to come speak with us. It does make an impact, and as Councilmember Castriota mentioned, we have received countless emails about why we should not fund the Jefferson Parkway. We've received those from Broomfield citizens as well as non-Broomfield citizens, those affected by the Jefferson Parkway. And I believe she's right that we've only received one email in support of the Jefferson Parkway. This is something that I do not think should move forward. And that's all my comments. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Schaaf, please. Councilmember Tessier.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I really appreciate everyone coming here and sharing their information, their wisdom, their insights. As a Ward 2 representative and Ward 2 hosting Rocky Flats, I'm not willing to further put residents and our neighbors at more risk by this parkway. As a matter of fact, I was Just talking to Mike when we heard the statistics about just living in Colorado, and Councilmember Castriata, I share your concern. I was like, I think I want to move. I'm like, that is kind of scary. I'm like, do I want to keep my kids growing up in here? You know, as a scientist, granted I'm a health scientist, but when in doubt, leave it out. Like, unless you're, and I'm not willing to put other people in risk. I just, there's way too much doubt. And I'd be curious to see if and when those grand jury statements ever get released. So I am a firm no. Thank you.
Okay, anybody else? Councilmember Groom, then Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay, I did have a few questions, and I am very sorry I didn't catch the gentleman's name that was up here talking about the testing, the soil sampling. If he's still here. Yeah. Oh, no,
Jason.
yes. Thank you. I just had a question for you regarding the soil samples to date. So I think I heard in some of the presentations or information that I read, I so know that's not me. Is there a difference, or can you tell the difference between a natural radiation and Rocky Flats radiation in your chemical sampling?
You can. We haven't gone to that level. It takes a more detailed analysis than the data that I presented this evening.
Okay, and do you intend to take it to that level?
Yeah, we'll look at that.
Okay, so basically, when we get the full results of the sampling, we'll be able to see how much of that radiation that albeit low levels that you presented, are natural versus Rocky Flats.
Correct.
Because I worked out there. I actually worked on the solar ponds remediation when we were drilling and analyzing out there. But high winds, like super high winds. I couldn't imagine a particle of 5 years ago was still there, even a few inches deep. So my curiosity is, with the particles at the 0 to 2 inches, if it's still there, is it possible that that's the wind bringing it over even today, or is there just residual? So I guess where I'm coming from is what I'm looking for your final results is how much is natural versus how much is the Rocky Flats contamination, and what is the possibilities of it actually still being there at 0 to 2 inches after all these years of wind. I mean, crazy. Like, I don't know if you guys know, but your car windows would blow out. That's how windy it would get out there. So I just, again, even since I've worked there, I cannot imagine that 0 to 2 inches is still at the top level from 10, 15 years ago. Would you be able to come up with that analysis? Is that where you're going to?
As far as soil particle movement, I guess I want to make sure I understand the question correctly. You're talking about a transport of soil particles, or are you talking about the chemicals themselves and their origin?
So both. So the origin, so is it natural or is it Rocky Flats contamination? Mm-hmm. And then is there any way to figure out if there's a possibility for those soil samples or soil that top level to still be there after all these years?
The latter question. The latter question, as far as soil migration due to wind blown, we haven't included that in our current field of study as far as particulate matter and how far that particulate matter may have migrated, or what the siltation may be over the years. If it's silted 2 inches deep or what have you. That isn't part of our current scope that we've anticipated. It's something that we could discuss and think about.
Perfect. As long as we can get the first one, and then we'll worry about the windblown thing. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. And then my second question is in regards to the slide titled Indiana Corridor Contamination. And I think, Mr. Stafford, you brought that up. You had that one. So this is the slide that brings me the most confusion in all of the data that's presented, quite frankly, on both sides, is how does this slide relate to the measurements versus how they were normalized in the first presentation about how to measure the particles. So I think we've already passed it, but I saw it. I don't know where it's at now. There we go. So, I mean, we're looking at, in this report, even from CDPHE, and I'll point that out so at least maybe we can get CDPHE to answer it. In 2013, 5 times background radiation can you explain how that soil sample is 5 times, and do you have any record of that being doubted background versus?
So I can explain how I produced this. I had the list of source studies listed there, and I looked through each one, and they all identified their sample locations, and they all identified their concentrations that they found. And so I just attempted to roughly plot locations and concentrations by study with color shading to indicate increasing concentrations and a symbol to indicate which study found it.
Can I stop you right there, because I know I'm going to beep here in a little bit. Was there any difference that you felt professionally in how these samples were measured, tested? Because I know that's very significant when you're comparing sample to sample. Do you feel like these are all normalized and can be compared?
That's a good question. To be honest, I did not evaluate that. I just plotted the study results at face value.
Okay.
And the CDPHE 2013 one, the 2013 date is on there because that's the date when CDPHE presented the data to Rocky Flats Stewardship Council. I don't know when the data was actually collected. I'm sure it was prior to 2013. And that was a plutonium isopleth contour map that showed a 10 picocurie per gram isopleth where that purple C is.
Thank you. 10 picocuries per gram. Thank you. And then I'll turn over to CDPHE, Ms. Apella, right? Opila, sorry about that. Do you have any information or any comments to give? Sure. About We don't that? disagree with this information. Okay. So as I said in my presentation, the number that we use for a maximum concentration of plutonium in the Parkway is 8.8 picocuries per gram. I believe the highest number that Dr. Stanford mentioned was 10 picocuries per gram. So yes, that is multiple times of background radiation. However, as we've talked about with our risk assessments, that level is a low risk according to, the circular risk range. Even though it is many times, we agree, many times background radiation. Okay, so then I just wanted to summarize with you, because I'd heard you say before just one particle, you guys, CDPHE admits is a health standard. And it's
not a health standard. I did not
sorry,
say that.
No. That was my wrong use of terminology. Was a health concern or could create a health concern.
It could create cancer, is what I said.
Yes, thank you.
Just like any carcinogen.
Yes. So with this 500 times background radiation, and knowing that one particle could cause cancer, help me understand how CDPHE stands on it's safe.
A determination of safe is really a value judgment on a particular person. For example, I think a couple of people have used the example today of either riding your bike quickly without a helmet, whether or not you feel that that's safe. So we don't use we try very hard not to use the term safe.
So you approve of the project?
What we believe that the levels of contamination that reside in the parkway present a low risk such that that land is suitable for the use of a parkway.
Okay.
And that, again, that low risk is determined on the CERCLA risk range, which is a federally defined value. It is not a determination of how someone would perceive that risk being safe to them or not.
Perfect, thank you, I appreciate that. And I might have one more question if I can get it in. No, I can't. I'll make a statement. I'll make a 60-second statement. So I guess my concern is in regards to the road and what could possibly be under it. So I agree with the last presenter, $37 billion project reduced to $7 billion. And I've been out there, right? And there is some concern, Rocky Flats. So my main concern right now is that corridor. And I'm not quite sure because that road has been out there since Rocky Flats was built. I mean, I don't think we're going to find anything under the road. I really don't think they actually dug up the road, put something under it, and then restructured the road because their actions were more like put thousands of barrels out in the middle of the fresh air. So I don't think they were necessarily hiding under the road, at least. So I'm not quite sure that is a significant risk and what's under the road. I think my biggest issue is trying to understand what is the true health factor in contamination in this corridor and not necessarily what occurred on Rocky Flats. So I appreciate all the speakers. It was wonderful information, and thank you, everyone, for their time tonight.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. Okay, look, I don't doubt at all the environmental insults presented at Rocky Flats. I have some concerns about the direction or the location of the highway. That's my concern, and I could support the highway if it was rerouted. I don't like the closeness, the proximity to Rocky Flats of the proposed highway. And the very final bullet point on this memorandum, Mr. Ozaki or Mr. Stanbridge, says, subject to the discussion by the City Council, consideration of continued participation in the JPPHA will be presented to the City Council at a future meeting. Do we have a date, or are you getting direction with the majority of council saying no?
Yeah, I think that there is additional information that City Council needs to receive. And I think that's what we're talking about. And that's related to prior commitments with regard to the Jefferson Parkway. And so I think you need to have that information. And so I think we're looking at a meeting in July with regard to providing you that information.
Do you have a day yet in July?
No, not yet.
Okay, very good. Thank you for that. I wanted to thank Jennifer Opelia and Dr. Chris Urbina and Mr. Jason Andrews for your presentation. I think, and all the other presenters, I appreciated your presentation. I thought it was very well done and very convincing. And that's all I have right now. Thank you.
Councilmember Shelton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks everybody for being here. Quick poll, who is against the Parkway? And then put your hands down, who is for the Parkway? Okay, wanted to do that, thank you. We've been talking about this for years. I've been on council for 7 years, and I don't think we've ever gone this in depth, so I think it's a really good thing that we're doing this, and maybe that's because the expenditure is a little bit higher than it has, a lot higher than it has been in the past, and there's kind of this sense of inevitability. I also think that there's more residents in the area too, and there's more concern just by volume that way, and so that kind of brings us here too. And it's kind of hard for politicians or anybody really in this position to kind of discern between whether the concerns are with the roadway versus the health aspects, because I know some people, they just don't want the roadway, so they talk about the health aspects and use that. And so it was good to have CDPHE, you know what I'm talking about, be here to tell us where these values came from. And, you know, I was worried that they were just based on statistics and estimates, and that's what we found. So I'm not any more assured that this is a good plan. It really just rests on this determination that it's safe for development. We've put a lot of houses there too, and that raises the concerns even greater. So, you know, it is kind of a different discussion than it has been before. I think that a new health study would be appropriate, and if Broomfield can help out with that, then I think we should do that. I don't know about local regulations because I just don't want the roadway going this route. Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem Erickson brings up a good point that a new route could be established that goes on the other side of Rocky Flats, and that might help out. Or maybe it's just expanding 93 and 128 to fill in that beltway. But going through this contaminated area is just a no-go in my opinion. I want to know why Dr. Ketterer was denied a bucket of soil from JPPH. I heard one comment about that, but I want to see it for myself.
I'll send you the email.
Okay.
But the original comment was he wanted to test for hemp. I'll send it to you. That's what it was.
Well, let him test for hemp then. I mean, fine. There's nothing illegal about that. Certainly not dangerous. I keep on thinking about this, you know, that coming out of the oil and gas conversation, we broached these same subjects, which was what is safe, how can we allow this to happen, can we do more, what can we do to stop it? And there was always the state legal authority that was hanging over our heads. And we don't get on this panel, at least I don't, to start breaking laws. You know, we want to follow the laws. But this is totally different. This isn't a private company that's coming in and drilling oil. This is government plans pushing a roadway. And I think those plans need to change. So we need to figure out where to move from here, because it looks like funding is at risk. And if funding is at risk, then the question is, what happens to the highway authority? What is Broomfield's role on that? And what would the other communities do if we stop participating? And we also have contractual obligations too that we have to look at. So there's some more work to be done. It's not just a simple no. And you know, a roadway is a nice community benefit if it's rerouted. But I think we learned a lot here, and I was hoping to be more reassured, because like I said earlier, there are reasonable people, smart people, dedicated, caring people that disagree on this, and they have good reasons to, or at least we hope they do. So it was a good, respectful conversation, and I really like that in the public policy realm. It's kind of rare sometimes. So this was definitely a healthy thing. And one last thing, I got to throw this out here, is that there's the regulation 460, and the Parkway is not subject to that, and it sounds like it's a control act for contaminated areas, and it just blows my mind. I understand the technical reason for it not applying, but, you know, if there's a highway, if there's an area that shouldn't be, or that should be regulated by that area, it should probably be this one. So it calls into question what the whole reason is for that. I better stop there. I'm a firm no also. Thanks.
Okay, Councilmember Beacom.
I've been listening to all the different conversations related to studies and facts and assumed facts. And what I heard was there's a group of us here that say it's safe. There's a group of us here that say it'll never be safe. And the question comes down to, In the Rocky Flats area, the former central operating unit in that area, I agree, is probably not a safe place to do hardly anything, and should be maybe even a whole lot of money be spent on even doing more stuff to protect that area, and the breaching of some of the retention pond dams, et cetera, should be stopped also. However, under the unsafe side of what is east of Rocky Flats, what I heard from some of the speakers is, well, maybe we need to remove a whole lot of property that exists to the east and to the southeast of Rocky Flats, because they're already in an unsafe location, and we need to move the people out of there based on what I've heard tonight. So it's the question is what facts are really valid here tonight for what is safe and what is not safe? I don't have the answer to that. My background is not science. But I also heard that the attorney that's trying to get the transcript of the earlier grand jury raised a point of barrels maybe being found along the roadway because at one time this was part of Rocky Flats. My understanding of it from a military point of view, the border around the majority of Rocky Flats was a security border to keep people away from what was going on out there and for that type of purpose. And most people that would be working in that enclosure wouldn't be burying things on the edge because people can see them do that. So they do it in the middle or in places where they think they can get away with it. But if you've got a barrel of nuclear waste and it's buried 8 feet underground, it still emits radiation. So my question is, why can't you detect that radiation because it's a concentration, or did they put lead around the whole thing? And that was yes, I would appreciate it very much, Counselor.
Sort of ties into Councilmember Groom's question. Plutonium doesn't exist in nature. It's a man-made substance. The background that we measure against is a background that was created by nuclear explosions and nuclear testing. So the testing that happened in Nevada, the original testing in New Mexico, the testing and the bombs that were dropped in Japan, all dispersed plutonium residue into the atmosphere, and that eventually falls out of the atmosphere onto the ground. And that's the background that everyone talks about comparing to. So this is not something that just miraculously springs up as a natural thing. When I talk about a barrel that's buried, I agree with you that we hope people would be strategic about that and that you wouldn't bury it close to a fence where someone could come and take it. But if you think about what that area looked like back in the 50s and the 60s, it was pretty much farmland way out in the boonies. So there weren't people just sort of running around, driving up and down Indiana. And to the degree that things were buried, that's what led us, we've submitted reports, some of them, the subpoenas that were given to the grand jury and other materials. I have the Cook files and all of the discovery that they went through, and it's information that we haven't submitted to the court yet because it's not appropriate. We do have evidence of burials off-site, or not off-site, but off-book, basically. And so my point is not that I know there's a barrel buried 5 feet under the Indiana, because I agree with you that they wouldn't bury something under Indiana, but that right-of-way is 300 feet, starting on the inside of Indiana, 300 feet into the east side of Rocky Flats, and it travels the entire east corridor. And so what what was buried where, part of the issue, we've heard a lot of anecdotal reports from workers about a room that had a map, because you got to kind of keep track of where you bury things, because otherwise you might bury something close by. But those are the kind of documents we are trying to get. There was an effort made to provide access to those documents that show where things were buried. I have boxes of discovery from Cook that talks about where things were buried. There was an effort made by the Attorney General of the state of Colorado to provide access to that information to the people who were organizing the cleanup, because that's part of what was used to determine the locations to clean up. They declined. They never saw it. And that's my concern, is that the information that goes to a grand jury, and we aren't asking for transcripts, just to clarify the record. We are asking for the business records created by Dow and Rockwell that were submitted to the grand jury, which are not part of the grand jury automatic seal in every grand jury, that talks about the operations and the disposal of waste. And to the degree that anyone wants to see that information, I can ship you many, many, many bytes of electronic data to see that. So it's an alpha emitter. It's not a gamma emitter. You can't take a Geiger counter and find it. That it doesn't come up. The soil testing, so when you take a soil test, you're taking a plug 2 inches down, and you're taking that plug away. And you're taking it to a lab, and you're analyzing what's in that plug of soil. How that would capture radiation emitted from 8 feet below it is way beyond my scientific knowledge. But my sense is that it is not a simple task. So,
following up on that, there were another 7 or 8 radioactive items that were used or available on Rocky Flats. The chart showed more than just plutonium-239.
oh, there's a it's
and
a
some
shorthand.
of those are what I think you call gamma emitters.
That's beyond my scientific knowledge as well. But we're looking at things like beryllium, americium. There's great studies. In fact, before the Fish and Wildlife Service took over control of that, they did a study that showed, I want to say 17 different contaminants. They took samples. And so we use plutonium as sort of a shorthand for bad stuff that was left there. But it's not just plutonium. And it's uranium and americium and tritium and strontium and all of those things.
Right, and a lot of those the Parkway is testing for, and I think the trail system was testing for also. And because the chart we had from that was provided by the testing done for Jefferson Parkway every third acre or whatever it was, listed 7 or 8 items.
Okay.
And if those are part of the contaminants that are out there, and some of those are gamma emitters, why aren't they able to find that without having to dig for it?
That I don't know. I'm sorry, it's beyond my technical knowledge.
If you could answer very quickly.
You have to come up to the mic. I believe I'm the only physics PhD in the room, so there are a number of things I might want to. I will answer questions, but I also have a presentation that lasted 3 minutes when I tried it this afternoon. I was unaware that I had to pre-register for this.
I'm asking you to answer my question,
sure.
Yes.
Yeah, there are a number of things that do emit gamma rays that can be detected. Usually in aerial surveys, people can't detect plutonium directly. They look at it by americium, which does in fact emit gamma rays, and it stands as a proxy for when they did aerial surveys of that.
So how much depth can you detect that from?
Typically, gamma rays don't make it through more than about 10 meters of soil.
Well, that's 30-some feet.
Right.
So if it's buried 30 feet down, you should be able to detect some stuff.
Right.
So if, in addition to the testing that was going on at the quarter or the first 2 inches and then 6 to 8 inches, and other testing that's been going on because of the trailheads and that, there are other methods to see if there is a proxy that then could do that.
Right.
So that's probably something that needs to be done along the Indiana part.
It has been done to some extent all over Colorado.
Well, nobody's talked about that, so that's why I was at. But thank
I
you.
have one further remark, and that is that it's very easy to overlook that the National Bureau of Standards and the NIST did develop soil standards based on rocky flat soil. These are very well characterized. 1984, whoa, this is like a miracle. I can see it. So this is a miracle to most people, but I discovered this about 4 months ago. There are two soil standards, one established in 1984, one in 2007, that looked in gory detail about all the radioisotopes in rocky flat soil. Of those radioisotopes, about 97% are naturally occurring, things like potassium-40, strontium-90, a bunch of other fallout things, and about 1 to 2% comes from plutonium. If you're focused on plutonium, that's all you'll talk about. So the point to be made is that of the soil in rocky flats, about 97% of the radiation that comes from the soil is natural in origin, and the same is true for windblown dust. That's worth knowing. Please, I'll distribute these to you all. In addition, in the last 2 months, complete Geiger counter surveys to measure the ambient dose of radiation within rocky flats have been completed. One in the coup a week ago, and a very long series inside the Refuge in early April, and the results are available too. The levels are entirely equivalent to background radiation. So when people talk about 500 times background, they mean 500 times the background level of plutonium, not the background level of radiation as a whole. So there are many, many other things to be said, but if you wanted to have this in perspective, you would normally say, what is background radiation in Colorado? And the answer is, it's the highest in the country because we have high altitude and lots of radioactive minerals in the soil. So the consequence of all that is exactly this statement. That's why we have ordinary background radiation. It's undetectable by Geiger counters because the range of alpha particles is about 4 inches in air, right? So you will never detect alpha particles according to the protocol that is required when you do these measurements of ambient dose. That's all I'll say, unless asked. I'll be happy to answer more questions, but I have some handouts that
I would ask that you do provide us with the handouts so they can be put into the rest of the data.
Yeah. And thank you for letting me speak. I didn't know I had to sign up. I was actually busy analyzing the coup data.
So, but I appreciate your answer, and it's been helpful to me. Thank you very, very much.
Mr. Mayor, can we get the gentleman's name for the record, please?
Sure. It's David Wood. I'm a retired physics professor.
Thank you, Mr. Wood.
Yep.
I'm done with my questions.
Hey, well, your
I
time.
don't understand it, but.
All right. All righty. Yeah, I think this is interesting. You know, the information that we got, you know, and we don't make any decisions tonight. This is all information that we wanted our council to have. So, you know, there's a lot of things going on in Jefferson County. They're not necessarily going on in Broomfield, but the pathway and all that, you know, that's a regional effort. And then the Jefferson Parkway, of which we are a part of. And, you know, a lot of the emails that we got talk about we don't want you to go spend the money. But to be clear, that $2.4 million that we're talking, part of the thing that the Parkway is going to do when we send out our plan is we will be asking to be paid back. So essentially that money is a loan. It's not a gift. And so I just want to make that clear to everybody out there because they just think we're just going to get $2.4 million and we're not going to get anything back. It could be decided that we do $2.4 million, then we decide not to move forward with the Parkway, predicated on the cost. I don't think that would happen, but you never know. And the Jefferson Parkway has been doing tests because we have concerns too. You know, I sit on the Parkway board, and if we thought that people could get seriously sick because of, you know, not mediating and taking care and building that road properly, I don't think anybody on our board would do it. Jefferson County and Arvada have already approved the project, so I realize we're the last hurdle. And so we're going to get a lot of people coming up. When I talked to Dr. Jill Ryan a couple weeks ago, the state indicated they were okay with the project moving forward, as long as certain aspects, like you had mentioned, the air monitoring and that, which is what the Parkway would request of the contractors if it were to move forward. And I will tell council, we've probably got some things to go over. We may want to have an executive session on the ramifications if the council were to decide not to move forward. There are ramifications. Has to do with the various other agreements that we've made in the past. So having been in this partnership over 10 years, it's kind of difficult situation that we're putting our citizens in and Broomfield in, you know, if we were to decide not to move forward. But, you know, we wanted to have this information just, you know, out there so people could learn what's out there. Dr. Abina gave a very good presentation, and, you know, it's weighing the risk. You know, so when you drive home tonight, you know, make sure you put on your seatbelt because it's a safety risk. So anyway, we're done with the study session.